Also, hey man in red, what's up? And I hope that your day has gone well so far, Pi. Can close Twitter. There. I can refresh this one more time. And that. So my plan is for this little here fort called Mothfall and the histories of cupidity and diligence. Is that how you say that? Cupidity? What is that word? Hold up. Cupidity.
Cupidity.
Cupidity. Greed for money or possessions. Ah, okay. I learned a new word today. Feels like something I would only ever see. Apparently, it's also an erotic novel. Anyway, scroll down not too far, and there's a whole series of erotic novels named after that. Interesting. New wealth, however, tainted by cupidity and egoism, tends to be favorable for the arts. Once again, I need a thesaurus to play this game. Anyway, so my plan is on the lower levels. On the lower levels of Mothfall right now, I kind of have like that entrance to the caves. That's like an open cave entrance, right? And then right above that, there's that area that I was mining out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make that area above it rigged to collapse. So they walk in on the lower level, and then either I'm going to set up probably pressure plates, but I might also just set up a lever so that when I pull the lever or they press the pressure plate, the whole thing just goes and caves in on them. That's what we're going to try doing. The problem is resetting it up is going to require a lot of construction. If I actually do it the way I'm thinking of. Right before we ended yesterday, I did have a crash and we lost about 20 minutes. In that time, there was a Forgotten Beast. So we're probably going to get hit by a Forgotten Beast pretty quick. If I had to guess. Well, let's dive into Mothfall. Does anybody need an overview of the fortress, or should we just dive into things? How we feeling, chat? So the area that I'm referring to is down here. Down here. This. We got this larger upper area. And then down here we got this, right? So what I'm thinking is I can make this, or potentially this up here, cave-inable. So actually, maybe it would be best to do it this way. Make this area up here cave-inable. Remove those supports, knock out the wall bits in the middle, and dig out like a chunk so that when they're walking through here, they get this shit dropped on their head. It's kind of my thought. Which seems fun to me. I don't know about you guys. I'm thinking we build a little like set of walls all the way up and around, connecting to this, all the way over to here, and then this whole thing just goes and caves in on them, because I think that would be a lot of fun. The problem is then it's going to punch through into the bottom layer down here too, which I'm kind of not super keen on, so it's probably better to cave in this layer, realistically. So we put in a bunch of supports, dig out more of this, and make this into a cave-inable layer, and block this off so that things don't walk in this way. So that's probably what we should do first, is just build a wall across here so that things don't walk in this way. I don't really want them to use this as an entrance if we're going to do this. And you know what? Just use granite boulders. But then I need to make this into a entry area, so we're going to do that real quick. I can't actually do that because that's the wrong block type. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, I guess, deconstruct half of them. We do have a were creature in the fortress, which is stone, but it's okay because he's kind of quarantined. Someone just lives down here. He's just been praying for a long time. And she's just going to keep praying for a long time. She's a were-lizard. She turns into a lizard once a month. I do have it all set up so that if she ever stops praying, we can just build her own fortress, but still a ways away from that. But yeah, Welcome back to Mothfall. The named dwarves in the fort currently are Darren Lethargicus Stone, the were creature, Pink Fluffy Llama, Mist, Aquasar, the chameleon person, Cussy. We have, I'm scrolling down looking for others. Lizard Tamer, who killed the were-lizard, and Mark, the child. If you were in this fortress and your name wasn't mentioned, you're probably dead. The death toll in the fortress has been kind of high. We're also working on that tower over here, so that'll be fun as well. Good evening, Troopin. What's up? Hey, hi. How's thing? I hope that your day is good. But yeah, it's almost like a lot of our like folklore and histories come from some weirdly screwed up traditions, just kind of bouncing off of that previous statement. I'm really curious about like the whole Christmas tree ornaments were like the guts of the person who was sacrificed. I'm real curious about that, I'll be honest. Having a meal and thinking what to do next? Gotcha. Like home from work kind of deal? I do actually wonder with this streaming schedule if there's going to be a portion of my audience that like goes to work and as soon as they get home from work, I'm turning my stream back on. Like they wake up in the morning and my stream is just ending. They go to work and by the time they get home from work, my stream's running again because of like this rigorous stream schedule. How's my stream so far? A little quiet, but like good conversations. I mean, we're live for like an hour and a half. Chat, how's stream been so far? Rated out of 10, please. Why did I cancel construction as a wall? Granite blocks, please. $42, thank you. That's terrifying. There you go. Did you hear it go off? Really hope that you're somewhere safe. So this dwarf is now stuck back here. You're the only person saying under 10. Well. But yeah, no complaints so far, Trippin. Trying to like find a good like little trying to find a good like sound preset for us. Quick. What was the number thing? Oh, rate this stream out of 10 for today so far. How's today's stream been out of 10? I love how like the bots have to get like more and more and more specific. It's like they can't type in the URLs anymore, so they're just like this, but remove the space. It's like, how about no? Another part of the city, though? Okay. Also, I just echoing what Aqua said. Remove the space? It reminds me of Greyface No Space. Which is why it cracks me up. I mean, a perfectly good person to ask about this sort of thing is RNG. I don't know if you've ever seen his streams, but he was in the U.S. military for a number of years, and his job was literally targeting artillery. It's really interesting hearing his takes about shelling civilian areas. And just, like, hearing him talk about, like, being threatened with insubordination orders from some of his superior officers at times and such. But, yeah, hopefully just less people every day. So I've got this dwarf who's just stuck in here. So we're just trying to get him out of here by building over across. We'll get him out pretty quick, though. A lot of terrible things in history happened because they said that they... Yeah, I mean, like, yesterday, like... I mean, starting this stream off heavy again, but that's fine. Yesterday we were talking about, like, how... Like, my Oma, who grew up in Nazi Germany, used to talk to me about, like, what it was like living in Germany when everything is controlled by the state, right? And, like, even more so than now, like, they could completely control and educate a population without, like, any mediary. And, like, it was literally impossible to find out what was actually happening unless you were there and you saw it with your own two eyes. And even then... So, I don't know. I mean, that's the problem, right? Is they're not given an explanation of what they're shooting at. They're told to shoot at a thing, and they're told that it's not what it actually is, and they just shoot. Like, there was a post on the Ukraine subreddit last night, which I saw, which was just a bunch. Like, I don't know if it's real or not. I assume it is. Bunch of screenshots of Telegram, and it's basically like just people in Russia freaking out at the fact that, like, they're losing and being real mad and saying some pretty horrible fucking things. It's... If you have an idea hammered into your head repeatedly and you begin to believe it, your concept of reality gets a bit contorted. And that goes for both sides. Everywhere in the world. For everybody. The problem is when your reality is contorted around kill your neighbor. But I don't know. It's fucked up. Let's finish this off. I need to get this thing sealed up so that when we get attacked next, they can't use that as an entry point. Mostly just this left wall over here that we need sealed up. But I've never fired a missile. I don't know what that is like, and it's really hard for me to speculate what is going through the head of people that I have no communications with. But people in charge need to just stop. You know, actually, I think that the top of Unnormal's Twitter is exactly how I feel about everything that's happened in the last 2 months in the world. I don't think Brian would mind me just pointing at this, which is just this. This is one of my favorite things I've ever seen on Twitter. Just attention. Please do not. Please do not. Shoutouts to Brian. And his nightmare of a Twitter. Another thing that I said that I would do today that I totally forgot to do is I said that I was going to increase the population count. So I'm going to actually just quickly restart the game and do that. Before I forget. We're currently at 90. I want to bump her up to 170. Which is probably going to cause us some problems because a lot of were creatures in this world. $200 is strict cap. 170 is the light cap. I just need to restart the game. It is quite a big bump, yeah, but we're getting close to the end of this fort, I think. Well, not close to the end of this fort, but I want to get to a position where I can end this fort. And in order to do that, I need a bigger military. Oh, wrong install. That's not the first time I've done that recently. It's actually the second time I've done that recently, where I'll just like open up the wrong install. Thought that year looked weird. Do you ever do that? Do you ever have just like so many installs of Dwarf Fortress that you just open up the wrong one half the time? Opening up the right one now. So now I've just got 2 copies of Dwarf Fortress running. This is what my desktop looks like right now. Uh-oh. First one's just like upset. This is what my desktop looks like currently. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Fixed it. And that's the right one. Is that people there have naturally selected? I don't think they've naturally selected. I think that they've been educated in a way. There is a majority of people that have been educated in a way. It's just like forcing everybody in an entire country to go to church. There is a level of brainwashing that you get from that makes you lose a little concept of reality, right? Like, church has some very good health and mental benefits for a lot of people. A lot of people benefit greatly from going to church. But if you just take that word as 1,000% fact not to be questioned, you lose a sense of reality. Yes, that the propaganda machine is unrelenting. It's like your only reality being Twitter. You lose a sense of something. This is a very delicate subject, and I'm still waking up. Sorry. But, like, I don't know. Bullshit has been the same for centuries. Yeah, and if we, as a species, want to continue to exist, it needs to fucking change. Oh, look at this! Id Teremkol is a pet kitten. Or Potter. We have a Potter here. As a pet kitten. Look at that. That's adorable. Also, if anybody wants a dwarf, just shout at me. Get you dwarfed. Also has a pet keet. How many pets do you have, Id? Okay, a pet kitten and a pet keet. Okay, that's slightly better. You felt affection after interacting with a pet. Yes, I really want it. I want more. Probably pets. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. 85 years old. Muscular. A good little dwarf. It's been a long time in the making. Yeah. Yeah. I hate to agree with you, but yes. Aqua. Investments are open. If you want to invest your tickets, chat. And best of luck, Stone. And Elomino. I'm trying to link Bay12's Patreon. And I'm getting this. I'm trying to link it because somebody basically asked for it in the YouTube comments. And I'm just getting a fucking bad gateway. Well, is Patreon down? Looks like it. Patreon is down. Rip Patreon, I guess. All right. Human caravan has arrived. Rip Patreon? I hope not. I need that shit to pay bills, man. Probably just something misconfigured on Patreon's end. There are timeouts on the Cloudflare stuff. When you make a mistake, you can't immediately reverse it. Fair enough. It's like my mayor got reelected. Have any crimes yet? Nope, there's still no criminals in the fort. That's good. Because I don't have any, like, jail cells, so. Keep seeing thirsty dwarves and being really worried for a second and then realizing afterwards that it's not an issue. Kumquat. Avocado. Are avocados cookable in Dwarf Fortress? Papaya. Ooh. I might make this whole thing into like a fruit gathering zone. Or rather, at least this upper area into a fruit gathering zone. I just really want to get this area up here done. I don't have to worry about enemy armies attacking and then climbing in this way. I'm really trying to make sure they don't do that. Am I out of granite blocks? Okay. I totally am. Hey, Stone and Elomino. See, Stone, it is still possible to win investments. I told you. It's the remove melt. Capital M. Need some more metalsmith's forge. Also, something that's worth noting is Yesterday we got an artifact lead warhammer. Very proud of. Should go back to all or nothing? Why? Did you win more when you did that? Your mayor is relentless. You quote powerless impotence from the UN and meaningless bureaucrats from the OSCE and cowardly scumbags from the Red Cross. You need to understand that they are no more. I mean, kind of, but dude, do you understand that we need good PR right now? Yeah, that's like a bit of an extremist take to say. Like, I mean, last I checked, all of those people are helping. Maybe just not in the way that he wants, but should they be doing more? Yeah, probably. But also, every situation is delicate. Stone has turned into a were-lizard once again. Where's Stone? Half plus one is like... I still like King of the Space Disco Fox's strategy of always invest 420. A particularly good always pretty good one. It's always 420. If you can't afford 420, then invest 69. That was his strat for years. It's basically just pick a meme and roll with it. Sell all the clothing. Always 42. That's like almost 420. You're just missing a 0. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. There's much to share. We've updated your maps, and what requests do you have of our merchants? It's actually a tricky one. I don't know what I want right. I could order pet snails. We don't have anything that... I guess I could order grizzly bears, but... Just gonna order iron anvils. That's kind of what I order when I don't know what to order. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer for your craft dwarf ship. Finalize the export agreement. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Alrighty, dude. You just didn't see it, for example, they're... and the other two are bound by old bureaucracy, which they can't do anything about. Yeah, like, that's quite literally the... I don't know. This is a point where it's just like we're kind of out of my realm of expertise to a degree. It's like everybody could be doing more within reason, you know? What? Giant nematode? I don't think I've ever seen a forgotten nematode. Forgotten beast, Ruvava, has come. A gigantic feathered nematode. It has wings and it belches and croaks. Its green feathers are long and sparse. Beware its poisonous sting. That's actually really scary because it has wings. All right, well, let's see what we can do. Let's turn off all the job orders and watch the thing. It's just gonna fly into the fort, isn't it? Oh. Apparently, locking everybody inside slowed the game down a whole bunch. They'll figure it out. Give him a sec. Yeah, if it was dust, the fort might actually be fucked. Because I don't. Well, actually, there is a trade depot here right now, so they may be able to. They may have been able to just shoot it down. I don't really have any ranged dwarves right now. Also, hey Casey, what's up? I think like reading what you're saying about what your mayor is saying, Tygo. I think like there's different formats of PR, right? There's the kill them with kindness way of doing things, and ask people nicely, which is kind of your president's way of doing things. Whereas your mayor's just like make everybody really angry, which admittedly is another way of doing things. Patreon's back. Well, that's good. Like, make everybody really, really mad is a perfectly valid way to help people survive a conflict. Let's turn this off. Job cancels. Especially considering we're just bringing items to depot. This thing is really goddamn slow, though. Apparently, it's fighting with a giant olm. I didn't see it because the giant olm was probably looked just like a tree. All right, well, that makes a degree of sense. Hey, Gorlak. Run away, Gorlak! Run away! You'll make it, buddy. Remember someone got a giant sponge with deadly dust? In a zombie biome, I see they walled it off and cast lava into obsidian to prevent resurrections. Yeah, that's fucked up. Aren't giant sponges impossible to mangle? All right, well, this is going to be chasing that for ages. I'm actually just going to tell my military to go fight the thing. And keep the job cancellations on. Probably easier to fight this thing in the caverns than it is above ground. Yeah, that's what I thought. Is that you kind of have no way of killing giant sponge zombies. Mayor can't interrupted by a troglodyte. Sounds like we're just insulting my own dwarves at this point. Interrupted by troglodyte. Oh, okay. Here comes my military. Sometimes you want to run for office, to be honest, not being the most likable person while being a proficient representative of a governor. Wait, what do you mean? Like, you want to run for office so that you can not be a likable person and just be proficient at your job? All right, let's see how these dwarves can do. The only job requirements are steal less than 50% of the money and fill the potholes. You know, they don't even fill the potholes here sometimes. So if he's filling potholes, that's pretty good. Although right now I would say that the job is a little bit more busy than just fill potholes, but yes. All right, let's see where this forgotten beast is at. We'll follow the beast. It's actually really convenient that it showed up while we were bringing stuff to the stockpile. Nematode should fall over pretty quick because bugs are generally pretty weak. Oh, dwarves are coming from behind. Also, it doesn't seem super interested in flying, and it is very slow. Right? First dwarf into the fight is Usteth. Who seems to just be punching it. He did hack it with a silver battle axe. So she does have an axe, and she is hacking at it, which is good so far, and seems to be punching it. Does anybody want to be this dwarf who may end up being a hero and probably won't die? Still fighting with it. Hey, and then becomes an axe dwarf midway through the fight. Look at that. Becomes an adequate axe dwarf. Has the tide turned? I'm not scared, she says. She is satisfied upon improving observation and satisfied upon improving axe. She hacks at the Forgotten Beast and the Stinger with her silver backs. The injured part is clothed in somber. Now, did your message get et? I didn't see you say anything, so I assume so. Aro, messages have been disappearing in chat recently, and I don't know why. Hi, Hobo. How is you?
Yeet.
Dude, I got to go to see Formula E, and it's only $50. I wasn't gonna go because I was expecting it to be expensive, but it's only $50 for a race day pass. Fucking hell yeah! How are you? How's your week been? I guess it can't be do much stinging anymore, so. Oh no! Never mind. The Axe Dwarf seemed to have got bit. The Forgotten... Okay, so he did cut the Stinger off, but got knocked over, and the Forgotten Beast bit the Forgotten Beast in the lower arm. Or the Forgotten Beast bit the Axe Dwarf in the lower arm, and then eventually bites and Beast sting... But you clove the Stinger asunder. Sad. It looks like that venom is very deadly because the Forgotten Beast stings the Axe Dwarf in the lower arm and the injured part collapses. The Force bends the elbow, and the Forgotten Beast bites the Axe Dwarf in the mouth, and the left cheek collapses into a lump of gore. The Forgotten Beast says, the Dwarf says, "This does not scare me." Forgotten Beast's, the Axe Dwarf strikes the Forgotten Beast with her axe, with her bronze buckler, but the attack glances away. The Forgotten Beast shakes the Axe Dwarf around by the mouth, and the skull collapses. Tendon has been torn and gets shaken around a bunch. And then the Forgotten Beast's extract is injected into the dwarf blood, and the dwarf dies. Now we have a mace dwarf in here. 2 other dwarves jump in, and the nematode dies almost immediately. Axe Dwarf slaps the Forgotten Beast in the body with the flat part of her silver battle axe, and the attack glances away. The Mace Lord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the body with her silver mace, bruising the muscle and bruising the brain. Rest in peace to our poor Axe Dwarf. Use death. Can I get some Fs in chat? And shoutouts to Mesbeth, the Mace Lord, Lizard Tamer, for killing the Sunless Stalker, which was a were creature, and also that Forgotten Beast. Because yesterday I learned that intelligent undead can also be were creatures. And Mesmith named Lizard Tamer, the Mace Lord, has bestowed the name Mono Toulouche upon a silver mace. All right, I need to know what that name means. Mono Toulouche. Mono Toulouche. It's not very valuable. The Plated Carnage. That's a good name. I like it. Well done, Dwarf. Well fucking down. How long are you on your staycation for? I remember you mentioning that you were doing a staycation this week, but how long are you on that staycation for, Hobo? We should play some games this weekend. But yeah, no, I wasn't originally planning on going to buy tickets or a race pass for Formula E, but my friend yesterday sent me a DM. He's just like, "Yo, so tickets for Formula E are $50." And it's like, it's cheap enough that I sent my dad a text saying like, "Yo, you want to go see Formula E? It's only $50." He's just like, "Yes, actually." Even my dad might go. Because who doesn't want to see Stoppel Van Dorn drive a high-speed blow dryer? The turbo-powered electronic remote control cars are good funs. We're just going to buy a bunch of cloth, yarn specifically, and a bunch of foodstuffs. When you see the L screen with stuff on it, I can try. Give me a sec. The one that I didn't really realize existed. Yeah, I mean, the full weekend pass, Hobo is like 120 bucks. But like, I don't need to go to the full weekend pass. I think what I might do is the day before, just go downtown and wander around the outside, not go in. Because like, I know areas where I can see it. And like, you and me, you've been to like the Science World area, right? Around Vancouver, Hobo? Because the street circuit that they're racing on is literally around Science World. Like, around that big-ass ball, they go all the way up and then over towards the overpass, and then they turn around and come back around and through the Olympic Village and back and around. Like, it's literally like they're racing around the bay, which is a rad fucking street circuit. Like, that is just a fun road to walk around because it's just so cool, that whole area. Yeah, it's fucking cool. All right. Traded with the humans. Now we got more cleaning to do. Granite. There we go. So, yeah, super excited. Should be a lot of fun. Also, it's in July, so the weather won't be trash. For an outdoor event, anyway. Formula E is only street circuits. Here. This is the actual street course. This is a terribly low resolution image. Better one. Hey, this is actually a good image. I like this one. Still low res, but yeah. So like this is Science World, right? And then that's BC Place, and then the SkyTrain just kind of goes past it right here. But like, they race like from Science World are in a circle around the edge, and then just like up through this mess, and then back down and around. Which is a fucking cool ass street circuit. So, like, I just like walking around this area normally. Like, the whole seawall area, like this whole area, assuming it's part of it, is just a nice area to wander around, too. So, this is the old casino that closed. Good riddance. Terrible, terrible, terrible place. But, yeah. Very excited. Nice to have things to look forward to. So this person just sent me a comment on my most recent DF video, which is just, how do you access knowledge, ? And I know what they're asking, and I'm going to be a big meanie and just respond with brain. Because, I mean, come on. How else do you respond to that? Other than with brain? That to me seems like the logical response. Indy is like the only Indy light race that you've ever seen was on a road made to be a racetrack. I mean, I think Formula E only does street circuits, if I'm not mistaken. Go through your entire life without bribing is such a weird statement to me, even though the U.S. society is full of bribes. Most of them are called something else that people pretend they aren't a bribe. Yeah, they call it, how am I blanking on that term? Yeah, the U.S. government doesn't have bribes. They just have, why am I blanking on this? I shouldn't be blanking on this. Starts with an L. My brain isn't functioning properly today. Donations? No. Lobbying. That's what I was looking for. I wanted to say laundering, which is like not wrong in some cases, but also, yes, lobbying. Lobbying. Let's throw money at a thing so they'll side with us. Sounds like something Dr. Evil would say. Unlimited political lobbying. Also, I have botanimous coal, apparently. Only one piece. So we kind of want to... Actually, that might be from the humans. They might have brought that. I don't know if that's actually in my stockpiles or if that's part of the humans shipment. Okay, so let's fly back down here. Let's do that. Queue those two up. Deconstruct these. Either legalize bribes or you normalize them. Yeah. No, you're not wrong. So essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this whole section right here capable of having controlled cave-ins. So I can just pull a lever, and then this whole thing just goes and caves in. And then I will rebuild a thing and then do it again. So, should be fun. Also, apparently I need to pee again. I don't know what's wrong with me this morning. Actually, I do know. My blood sugar was high this morning, so I'll be back in a sec. Yeah, this is completely vanilla. Well, I mean, I have a tile set, but aside from that, it's completely vanilla. Oh, hello, yeah, whatever. Regardless, though, I will say this, Tygo. From the perspective of a Canadian who's extremely far away from the armed conflict happening, from my perspective, it does look like things are kind of starting to lean towards the better, which is nice to see over here. But hard to tell sometimes. That just sounds like a bartering economy. But yeah, no, bribes are scary. Gonna cut down a lot of this. But yeah, if you have any questions about the fort, yeah, whatever, just shout at me, let me know. And I'll do my best to, well, you know, and explain kind of what I'm doing. I kind of just run under the assumption that most of the people watching this stream kind of know what's going on most of the time. So, but if you need help or if you're curious, just shout. Are Are people digging? I think that, like, most of my miners have just gone and fucking died. Which is a little bit frustrating, but... Considering, like, it's gonna take a while for this to get done. Basically. Legendary Hammer Dwarf. I had a bunch of dwarves get imprisoned recently, and then I freed a bunch of them. And it's taking me longer than it should to put them back into the squads. Because they aren't automatically put back into the squads when they come back from being imprisoned. Alright, let's give... Kind of hoping some of these kids would have grown up. Soap maker, grab a pick, please. Woodworking is useful, but I need some stuff to get mined. Ran it around the edge here with logs, which we'll remove after the fact. Speaking of stuff, I can remove this. I think I'm actually going to pause training of my biggest of my best squad just so that I can have more people to help a little bit. I need more hands currently. I'm gonna tell them to take a break from all this training. I need hands to help build stuff currently. They sound like high-speed hair dryers. Like a really loud bzzz, or like really big RC cars. I mean, Rhinestone last night was referring to the Formula E cars as really big RC cars. Because that's kind of what they are. That's kind of what they sound like. Ironically, out-of-shape police officers are extremely common around here, and my uncle is one of them. Although he's gotten better. Still not great, but... heads up, for those of you who like music, Ben Prunty just released some new music. Or rather, just released a pre-ordered... released it? That's a word. Released a pre-order for new music. And it looks like Krabicus is at it again. Finally finished making all of our charcoal. Oddly enough, sacking a complacent police force is generally beneficial. Yeah, that's also a thing. Well, I mean, there's something that I've been struggling with for years, Aqua, which is related to that, which is high stress work environments leads to abuse of all kinds. Substance abuse, stress eating abuse, marital and domestic abuse, and one of the side effects of that is weight gain. So if you abuse yourself or those around you, or abuse substances, or stress eat, as an example of substance abuse, very much so, yes. High stress in a work environment can lead to weight gain. Taking the political force now and again. Yeah. Put the people in charge in their place every so often. Gifted your police Priuses instead of money because all of the money they had given us had gone missing. Well, damn straight they should give you Priuses because corrupted idiots deserve the worst car in existence. Or maybe the ugliest car in existence. Priuses are so stupid looking. Really, truly are. All right. Does anybody manage to figure out where their picks are? Nope. Okay, well. Don't need you doing boyering, but I would like you to go grab a pick. Deegan. I just have way too much shit for the dwarves to do right now. So kind of a problem. And cleaning up after that last fight is taking way too long. Loads of gas money. Yeah, the police here drive Dodge Chargers, if you want to talk about fuel economy. What? It's like Dodge Chargers and pickup trucks is what they drive here, which has always felt a little bit redundant to me. But, so, yes, I would say that that's probably better. The town that I grew up in, their police force was given a bunch of Chevy Volts. They all drive Chevy Volts, which is a much better, like, urban police vehicle, in my opinion. So just need to take down these walls. So as cool as they look, need to knock them down. And I need to make 2 more up-down stairs right here. God. Yeah, all I can really do is just let the game run. Get these tasks done. Yeah, there was for a little bit there they were talking about giving all the police around here hybrids. But yes, fully electric doesn't really cut it when you have large swaths of nothing. And we're in a similar spot here. But neither do Dodge Chargers. Dodge Chargers are like, if I were to pick like most of you probably know I'm not a car guy, right? Hey, look at Gremlin. Most of you probably know that I'm not a car guy, right? Outside of like enjoying watching F1. But what I'll say is probably my least favorite vehicle of all time is the Dodge Charger. That is the ugliest, dumbest, worst designed, fucking stupidest car ever made. Like, I fucking hate those things. Although my favorite person ever drove a Dodge Charger. And my favorite person ever was, I was walking home from work one day. Okay, he's just on the map. That's fine. I was walking home from work one day, back when I had a normal job. And I was walking from the bus stop to my house. And this was it was about 7 o'clock in the morning. The sun was up. It was summer, so it was pretty warm out already. And I hear the unmistakable coming from behind me, and I turned around, and this guy is driving a Dodge Charger, okay, banana yellow, like the most banana yellow Dodge Charger you could get. Black racing stripes, okay, flames up the back, purple flames up the back, so like obnoxious color scheme. And this guy had a turban on and a beard down to like his knees, and he looked like he was 150 years old. Just blasting All-Star so loudly you could hear it about a block away. And then like spun out his tires and just went brrr. Man's living his best life. I've never seen somebody who looked happier than that dude. Driving it like he stole it. That's the only correct way to do that. Watched a guy outrunning the helicopters in Houston with a stolen Dodge Charger on video. That sounds American. Very American. All right, so I need 1, 2, 3 supports. And I need a wall up here. That goes across most of this. Where did my granite go? There it is. And I'm just going to cancel one of those tiles. Let's see if I can just get some of the miners actually working on that. Heads up to anybody who does Twitch RPG stuff. You can get hundo bits through Twitch RPG right now. Hey, Bloodcat, you're still kidnapped. Just a heads up. Doctor cancels stockpile interrupted by Jack Reacher. Uh-oh. Where's Jack Reacher? Where? Should go kill that Reacher, please. And it's probably dead. Yes, perfect. What just happened? Oh, some migrants have arrived. Perfect! New dwarfs. Dreams of mastering a skill is a developed sense of She has such a developed sense of optimism that she assumes the best outcome will eventually occur no matter what. Also, Stone, you asked me to show you the medical thing, right? Hold up. Health. In the 14th of Slate, 177 was brought to rest in bed. There it is. The screen that I didn't know existed until this morning. Because I've played this game for thousands of hours. You're an animal trainer, raising a family, lives an austere lifestyle, doesn't like anything modest. But you, raising a family, I think we'll just let you do that, although I will give you a pickaxe. Do need more miners. Incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. Dreams of creating a great work of art. All right, well, your artwork is going to be smeared enemies on the floor. Fun fact about how my helicopters, by the way, if you go fast, they just go nope and flip over. Yeah, helicopters are not exactly a go fast mobile, right? 136 years old. What are you legendary at? Legendary weaponsmith. That I can get down with. Confident under pressure. Competent swords dwarf. I'm gonna keep that. Dreams of mastering a skill and would flee even the most necessary battle to. You know, sometimes people ask, "Why were you kidnapped?" Because you were in the military and we attacked and you got imprisoned. Or we attacked the enemy and your dwarf got imprisoned. That's why you were kidnapped. This is a dwarf that wouldn't work in the military. She would flee even the most necessary battle to avoid any form of physical confrontation. That's a dwarf that would be bad in the military. I kind of want to put you in the military just to laugh at you when you run away, but... But the good news is you're not dead. You're just imprisoned. So we can get you back. It's just a matter of rebuilding my military, because you're right here. Yeah, Bloodcat. Nil Bloodcat. You are currently imprisoned in the Dark Goblin Fortress of Seduced Downed. I guess you got downed and then seduced. But that's the name of it. Of the Fly of Affection. So, I will try and get you back, but I need to rebuild my military first. Every time I rebuild my military, we get attacked by something big and scary, and then I have to rebuild my military again. Who are you? Relentless after being able to practice craft. Worried of being able to pray. Honestly, you can just join the military. They're farmer. Butcher. I'll just let you be a butcher. But how you doing today, Bloodcat? What's up, man? That brings us back up to 74 dwarves. Good. Could be better. I know the feeling. You mean the person flying it? Tygo? Because I might have been a Bill Nye the Science Guy video I saw years ago, but I just have this very vivid memory of watching a video about helicopters when I was younger. And just, there was like this one really funny line about it where it was just like, a helicopter is a self-destructing kamikaze vehicle that is doing its best to explode at all times or something. Like, it's literally just a vehicle that is just trying to fall apart at all times. And that's why it works. It's because it's trying to make itself fall apart. And I just remember thinking that was the funniest shit ever when I was, like, a little kid. What's the... upstairs? Also, did anybody here see the DF News video I put up this morning? Because that's looking pretty fucking good. Very much so. A saying you like is helicopters are intentionally built so ugly that Earth rejects them upwards. I don't know about that. Helicopters are pretty cool. Like, I used to play quite a bit of, quite a few old flight simulators, and I really liked flying the helicopters, even though, like, I usually ended with me flipping over and crashing horribly, but I always enjoy playing around with helicopters in video games. They're neat vehicles. Like, of all of the vehicles that we have, it's like, I look at those and go, how the fuck? But also, like, we came up with that, so, like, that's neat. I don't know. Helicopters are cool. But they are, like, self-destructing murder vehicles. Ugly as hell, though? I don't agree with that one. I don't think they're ugly as hell. I think they are pretty cool-looking vehicles. feeling this is going to help pathing quite a bit once we mine through here, because I've kind of like blocked off my own entrance into this area. Great, there's Crundles coming out of the caves. Well, that's brilliant. Fucking Crundles. Now that one I agree with. It's like airplanes fly because they let the air help them, whereas helicopters beat the air into submission. Yes, I do agree with this. What about drones then? Like those little quadcopters? Where do drones fit into this self-destructing vehicle thing? My question about drones is, why would anybody want to command a fucking swarm of bees? Because that's what they sound like. I don't hate drones, but god damn, they're annoying to listen to. Boom. Feel the frame rate rising. Wow, it did. Not even joking, it did go up. Not by a lot, but it did go up. So this is now my main entryway into the fort, more or less. Mayor Kell is fighting with a Crundle, and the mayor says, I have improved my fighting, and that was not satisfying. Well, out of the caverns then. They'll seem like a gimmick. I could not agree more. Go all the way to here. Oops, not what I wanted. So that's going to be the chunk that we cave in. This is going to be my defensive structure for this thing. So I've never done defenses like this in DF. Literally, the way we're going to defend this fortress is with controlled cave-ins. I don't know how effective this is going to be. I don't know if it's going to be any good. I'm just hoping it'll be violent and full of fireworks. So that is my only real hope for this defensive structure. So essentially what's going to happen is I'm going to have a lever that's going to cave in this entire chunk down here when I pull it. That is my hope. Also, chat, we're a little lurky. Can I get a round of beers? If you're lurking in the channel, just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. Been kind of a quiet start to the stream. You're opposed to flying murder machines? Have you ever seen an ad for the not very good synthwave show by Carpenter Brute called Blood Machines? Because those are flying murder machines. But cheers, chat. Much. Lurking and working. Yeah, it's all good. I just want to know that people are listening. That's all that's really for. Then dig out all of that. We'll need to do the same over here. Yeah, I'm very... Like, I thought of this last night while I was getting ready for bed. I'm like, I could just, like, make controlled cave-ins. Because, like, I've done controlled cave-ins before, but not at this scale. So, I don't know. Curious to see how it ends up working. Also, really need to build a new bridge across here and get rid of the old one. I don't even know what material I use for that. Okay, looks like granite. Need to build a new bridge across here because, well, let's just say that the old one is not where I need it to be. I need it to be not up here. I need it to be in an area that's usable for me. I can actually also start deconstructing that, but we'll do that after. Actually, I could just wall it off. That's probably what I'll do. Wall it off once the other one's done. How dare work make you work? Oh, do you have to work now, Frogfire, or are you just saying that? By paying you is my assumption. But yeah, money is probably how work makes you lurk. We are sealing this other side off. That's gonna be like the trickiest part about this, is just making sure that stuff doesn't like climb over. I might have to build like a one... Actually, I know how we can stop stuff from climbing over. Can't always follow the subtitles. They're not always very accurate too. Like sometimes the subtitles are pretty okay, and then sometimes they're the rest of the time. You know? Also, thanks, chat, for helping out that Reddit post, because it is going up now. Also, just confirming, chat. Someone just asked on YouTube in comments on the video if it's possible to see a Civ symbol in Fortress mode. I'm like 99% certain that it is, right? Although it's just a tiny little icon that you can't really see. I'm like certain that that's a thing, right? That looks like one of my doors is fighting the goddamn Crundle. So the problem with this setup is after every fight, I'm going to have to rebuild this chunk of floor. Unless I just move up a layer, which is also an option. But I'm quite literally going to have to rebuild this every time. Which is going to be very time consuming. Meaning I quite literally need to like make a bar block stockpile here. That's like just stone and clay. I think I'm going to put a couple mason shops right here. Maybe make some more masons. So that they can just hang out there and make blocks. Basically. Right now I'm just kind of debating as to how much of a safety net or how many safety nets I want to put in this so that it's less likely to fail. I think safety nets are no fun. Who needs safety nets? I want fireworks, I think. Mayor doesn't want anything currently. Well, at least I actually have dwarves digging now. No, but in Legends mode, stone, which is what I'm asking about, not adventure mode or fortress mode. In Legends mode, you can, when you go to the Civ screen in Legends, on the right-hand side is all of their symbols. But the problem is they're the current Dwarf Fortress symbols. Yeah, and that's what I was asking about, not adventure mode. You can see the really small symbols. So I'm assuming those are going to be bigger and more detailed in premium, which is what the question was. All right, I mean, like, it would be logical to assume that there will be more detail on that based on everything else that's happened for premium thus far, right? I mean, I'm not expecting like a very large, like I'm not expecting something like hold on, let me dig into my images for a second here. I'm not expecting something like that thing, this. I'm not expecting, you know, something like this that Cooler drew for me a while ago, right? For that charity fort that I did. The unicorn standing on a pile of money and the pile of money is eating the dwarf. I'm not expecting something like this, but I would expect a more detailed version of that, right? Also, I just like to have an opportunity to show off this image because it's still wonderful. That'll be hard to pull off. It's one of the reasons I'm looking forward to the statues. All the statues lightly representing what they're actually of instead of just being a statue, you know, like a generic statue. And that's kind of all I really care about. It's just more variety in the general visuals. I'm super excited about everything related to that. Just more variety. More variety. All of the variety. Needs more variety. Hack away at the sides of this. Ever slowly. Metal Crafter Bembool is fighting with the Crun. Okay. Goddamn Crumbles. Be honest with you, I'm shocked all of these characters are withstanding that pile of corpses as well as they are. Guess that's just the current game. They just don't mind seeing dead bodies after a while, which is, guess, understandable? I don't know about that. I feel like that's something that people never really get used to unless there's something wrong with your brain to a degree. Actually gonna make 2 of my squads inactive because I just want help getting this shit done. All this stuff to be constructed. We'll see when we see it, Bastet. Cheers. Best of luck with said blood test. Seems like a good excuse to go hang out with your grandma, to be honest. I don't know why, but I always feel like people underrate how beautiful the rivers look in Dwarf Fortress. Like, maybe I'm just, like, too accustomed to it, so I'm just, like, I don't know, off base, but genuinely think that the rivers in this game look beautiful. There's something about the way water flows in this game that is wonderfully artistic. Also, this is kind of a fun little tidbit for anybody who's like into weird OSs and such. There's a tweet that popped up this morning. You can apparently run Dwarf Fortress on Windows 98. Apparently. Which is kind of nuts. The water animation is one of your favorite things. I think that the ocean waves is my favorite, but just the rivers are a second favorite. Rivers are my second favorite. Oceans are my favorite. That's that built. Have they started with this yet? Yep, they're starting with that. Still plunking away at this. Need to give some other dwarves some picks. Okay, I can't give you that. Give this tavern keeper one, though. Problem is right now is so many of the dwarves are just going to such inopportune places to get certain jobs done because I just haven't restricted any of their movements. I need to just seal off the caverns and say fuck it, but whatever. Much I can do here. I guess we just hang out and let them finish that. Check in on booze. Got Mayor's demands. Okay. And now we wait. And now we wait.
Cryptrox, how's the new schedule working out?
Weird is how it's working out. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like I don't really have anything to say about the new schedule until I've been doing it for a few months and whether or not it's financially viable. And I won't know for a few months, right? So, weird. Today's been slow. Yesterday was great. Thursday last week was good. The first 2 days last week were both pretty slow. I don't know. It's a lot of question marks right now. But for me personally, it's been going well. But I don't actually know how well it's been doing, and I won't know for a while. As an example, you're the first resub today, and we've been streaming for 3 hours. So I would define that as quite slow. But thank you very much for the 24th month. It's 2 years. Been that long, apparently. It has been that long. Jack, can we get a couple more beers for Epion, keeping that sub alive for 24th month? We can do better than just 2. Come on. Just type in the word beer. You're more interested in the effect on my mental health? That's been a positive so far. I mean, who doesn't like a 3-day weekend where you can work a little bit if you want? So yeah, that's been a positive, yeah. That's just kind of a given. You know, let's also mine out this and just go all the way to the bottom. Just so that it doesn't cave in on me. Yeah, so far it's been a positive impact on my mental health. But it's still causing, like, a lot of unknowns, you know? Unknown stresses are never fun. So that's currently what it feels like. It's just kind of a lot of unknowns. A lot of positives, but also a lot of unknowns. But the general current consensus is it's been positive. The thing that I'm really curious to see, which I won't know for a while, rather, I mean, I can ask chat, but like chat's feedback is like 60-40, super helpful and like completely useless, so it's always hard to tell. But like the thing that I want to know right now is whether or not it's positively or negatively affecting the quality of the streams. That's something I really would like to know. But that's something that's really, really, really difficult to quantify. Okay, Dwarf cancels that because hunger. I want to make some lavish meals as well because I do have more than enough ingredients. We should be making meals. I'm just not. Yeah, I mean, like, the people who watch my streams every day are going to watch my streams every day, right? So it's like, it's hard to just be like, hey, chat, is this better? And chat will be like, it's still stream. Which is like, well, that's useful, but, like, also not that useful. What's actually, like, been a super positive thing is I've been able to record shit for YouTube specifically just in my free time because I feel like it and I want to work, but on the days that I'm not streaming. And so, like, this video is doing weirdly well. Well, that's cool. Also put up a Quasi-Morphosis video, which is doing okay. Like, yeah. I mean, you're here pretty much every day I stream, except for the days where you sleep through my stream, which I think is actually impossible now, Stone. Like, I think it's impossible for you to sleep through my stream, unless you sleep for, like, 17 hours. So unless, like, you fall ill or something, it's impossible for you to sleep through my streams. So, I don't know. Like, we'll see. I mean, I think, like, the ideal outcome is that the streams are still about approximately financially the same, and YouTube does better because of it. That, I think, is the optimal outcome, and that's the outcome I'm hoping for. But I won't know for a while on that. Getting tired of this. It's just me running through 2 floors and then dying eventually. And just, like, rambling about shit. A lot of Crundles coming out of the caverns. Which is kind of amusing. A lot of construction getting done, too. How's that bridge coming along? Perfect! Stream of consciousness. Yeah, that's the stream of consciousness part of the stream is never going to change. That I can tell you for a fact. That is never going to change. I've seen some people I haven't seen in ages who couldn't watch me previously. There's been a slight increase in average viewership, but that's largely because, like, last week, every day I got big raids from my team. This week I haven't. I got one from Bellinair halfway through the day. But not much of that yet, no. There's been a few people who are like, hey, I can catch you more now because you're on when I get home. And then there's some people that have just like vanished altogether that I haven't seen in 2 weeks. And I'm wondering, it's like, are they busy or is that because of the schedule? So I don't know. It's all over. It's yes and no. New viewers? No, not really. Haven't seen much in the way of new. I mean, new people pop in every stream, right? And whether or not they stick around is kind of a question mark, question mark, question mark. Not really something that I can really immediately identify necessarily. Also, the only reason I can kind of figure out that the reason that Fertile Crescent video seems to be getting so many views is I think I'm the only person who uploaded a release day video on that game. Like, at all, period. Like, there's a couple other videos up now, but I think I'm the only person who put one up on release day around the time the game released. I think that's why it's getting so many views. That's why. But honestly, though, like, my biggest concern is just, like, my biggest worry is that I will do this schedule for 4 months and then not be able to afford to stream full-time anymore and then have to go back to streaming more days a week, and then it's going to impact me really negatively because then it'll hurt the YouTube channel at that point. That's my biggest concern. Well, like, we'll see what happens. I'm not too worried about that, but I am worried about that. It is a concern, it's just not a huge concern. But then I guess that's always a concern. This is going to be such a weird defense. Let's kill this goddamn Crundle. Go die, please. But how's post-patch Jupiter Hell thing, Zepion? Trying to figure out how I can do the edges of this, because there is going to be like one tile where things can stand where they will be safe. If we go back up into the forts, where am I going to put this lever? I think I'm going to put it in the mayor's office back here. Need some more mechanisms. Let's make 20 rock mechanisms. Not to be confused with 30 rock mechanisms. The slightly funnier mechanisms. We've hit autumn. I think when was the last time we got attacked? Midway through last year, I think. Don't think there was an extra year in the middle there. And there we go. We've reached autumn. Now, when you say you can comment first, Stone, do you mean like on the Twitch stream or on YouTube? Can you build a bridge to make the land reachable through some clever fortress placing? What do you mean by clever fortress placing? Not entirely sure what you mean by that exactly. Or do you mean like across an ocean? Like from the mainland to an island type thing? Because yeah, you can. I've done that. It's actually really fucking cool to build bridge forts. If that's what you're referring to. Oh, you mean like, I mean, I've never done a multi, I've never done that, Dawn of Minstrel. I've never done that. Oh, sorry, Dawn of Minstrel, what's up? But I have done forts where it's just like, rather than a square embark like this, it'll just be a really long embark. So it's like the embark goes all the way to the left and then all the way to the right to the maximum size, and then it's a lot thinner. And then I just build a bridge all the way across the thing. I've definitely done that. So, did I just give you a project? It's real fun to then run adventures across them. Yeah, I don't... Well, I mean, there would be like, what, at most 2 tiles? So you just need a really skilled jumper to get across it at that point. But I guess like if you built one side like 2 tiles above the other side, then like you could jump down onto it without too much issue. But like... Yeah, like that might be an issue using 2 fortresses, but assuming like both coasts are within the same tile when you are looking at it in the overworld, like just as an example, I don't even know if I could find an example here. You could build a bridge to this one tile, the Mire of Culls, this little inaccessible island. You could build a fortress right here from this beach to that probably, and then access it from the mainland. Same with right here. You could do that right here. Probably not to this one, but to this one, yes. You absolutely could like build a fortress like right there and build across. Hey, hashtag, how's you? Same like right here. You could build most likely build a fortress from this tile right here onto this island, which is currently inaccessible, but if I built that fortress there, it would become accessible. So, for whatever that's worth. You struck native silver. That's... You'd have to reclaim said abandoned fort. But yet, you can reclaim abandoned forts. But you can't embark on top of a fort. So you can't re-embark a new fort on top. I think you can with DF Hack, but in vanilla, you can't do that. You'd have to reclaim it, which is basically the same thing as embarking on top of an old abandoned fort. You just go to an old abandoned place and park your wagon next to it and get to build there. Let's just station my military here for a second to kill some Crundles. Because I want those 2 Crundles dead. That's 1, that's 2. That's 2. Alright, where'd the rest go? Any more? More Crundles show up, we'll go smack them. You've been using those emotes all over the place? They're great emotes, aren't they? Cooloo did such a good job on them. I'm glad you've been enjoying them. Shoutouts to Navy. I hope Navy realizes just how much help he's given this stream. Because his insanity has been a massive help. Let's not let them do that. I don't think so. There you go. You also can't embark on top of water. Like, there has to be land available. So if you're talking about, like, having, like, an entire, nothing but a sea tile, like, you can't do that. So you can't build, like, fortress after fortress after fortress to build a huge bridge. Could maybe, like, actually, I wonder if you could, because you can construct stuff in adventure mode. I wonder if you did kind of do the one fortress of the bridge all the way to the edge of the map, and then one fortress on the other side all the way to the edge of the map, and then you make an adventurer and you run to those two fortresses and you go in between, you stitch them together with a few wooden blocks. I wonder if you could do that. Because you can, like, I'm very bad at it, but I know that you can construct, like, entire fortresses in adventure mode. I wonder. Seems doable. Not too far out of the realm of possibility at the very least. So maybe? Elkbird. So I would say try that even. It's actually hilarious how many fucking grundles are coming out of this cave. But how you been, hashtag? Aside from, like, you know, using emotes all over the place, obviously. Which I appreciate that. That means a lot. That's word of mouth advertising, I'll have you know. Is a way of supporting streams you like, is use the emotes. Still got all these goddamn crundles. Also, if anybody's wondering what we're working on, I'm building this whole area out to be an easily collapsible ceiling, so that I can pull a lever and cave this whole chunk of cave in on an enemy siege. Just because I think it'll be a really fun system of defense for this fortress. Whenever and wherever you can. It's a good combo. Although, my recently discovered combo that I really like is this. If clap is available, do crypt happy clap. Like, look at that. It's so good. By necromancer experiments? The last time I got invaded by necromancer experiments, it was one of the easiest sieges I've ever had to defend against. Like, literally, we just, like... They were just these fleshy balls that just fell apart immediately upon combat, so they just exploded, essentially. So it was kind of great. Really just made my life easy. How are you doing, though, Mist Runner? How's your day been? Slowly cutting through. Although knowing my luck, we're gonna get sieged before I'm done setting this shit up. Stone's once again transformed into a were-lizard. Poor Stone. I feel so bad for that poor dwarf. Sad. Whenever a dwarf becomes a were-lizard or were-creature of any sort, I always just feel bad. 'Cause it's like, man. Didn't go to work? Was that a good thing or a bad thing that you didn't go to work? For some reason, I made this out of granite boulders, which I didn't intend to. Waste of boulders. And then we can get rid of this up here. But yeah, necromancer experiments are either like super underwhelming or nightmarish, depending on what they are. I just, at this point, will never forget the one person who came by this channel who's just like, so I'm getting invaded by demons. It's like, pardon me, that can't happen. And then like, after some screenshots, sure enough, they were actually getting invaded by fucking clowns. Like, literally, they came in and just showed up alongside of a goblin siege. It's like, well, that's something I've literally never seen before. And probably will never see again. It's just such a unlikely, strange thing to have happen. To put it simply. No, he didn't dig too deep. That was just his first invasion. The goblin army just brought their commanding clowns. Clowns being demons from the underworld that are hard to find in game unless you know how to find them. Or accidentally stumble upon them. A really fucked world. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, imagine a world where just like clowns live on the surface. All I can think that could have happened was everybody in the world dug too deep, and every single safeguard and stopgap for that happening in World Gen just failed. Like, that is the only, like, logical thing that I could possibly think of that happened. Has some sort of breath weapon, and this idiot farmer is going to be sacrificed. I mean, idiot farmer getting sacrificed is pretty standard, though. That's not what I want. Block. Rock. Granite. Outpost liaison has arrived. I don't really have much to sell you, though. Feathered flying spiders. Do they shoot webs? If so, rest in peace your entire fucking fort. That is horrifying. And besides, in regards to the idiot farmer, someone's got to take one for the team. Someone's got to take one for the team. Also, hey, my video's got 1,200 views. Feels good. You have bridges everywhere as doors, so the fort is good. Well, that's good. I mean, they will leave eventually, right? Like, that's always the thing to remember. If you survive long enough, eventually they will fuck off. It's just a matter of, surviving long enough, right? Remove ramps and stairs. And as always, if anybody does have questions about what the fuck I'm doing, just feel free to ask. I'm kind of just working it right now. But I can answer questions. I can also provide tutorials if you're trying to learn DF. You know what? I'm just going to put all of the corpses right there. Maybe not all of them, but I'm going to put a bunch of them right there. That'll speed up the garbage dumping process significantly. Part of the reason frame rate is rough is of all the channeling I'm doing. How will it cave in? So I have a bunch of supports down here. Right there. These capital I's. These are pillars, basically. They're built by hitting B and then capital S for supports. And then I built these pillars out of stone. They are supporting this layer up above here, which isn't fully cut off, but once it's fully cut off, this whole area up here, this big old square, when I pull a lever up in the mayor's office, this whole layer will be released and go funk down one layer. So everything underneath it is going to have all of that flooring from up above come down and go bang and smash this whole thing. And then before the next siege, I have to rebuild it. So it's not going to be a very easily resettable trap. TLDR, we get one shot. Ideally, it's going to kill enough of the enemy army that it won't matter. I don't need this to be the most optimal trap by any stretch at all. I'm not even trying to make it an optimal trap. I'm just trying to have fun with it. Of course, I could reload it by building another layer up here and then another layer up here and another layer up here, which might actually be what I end up doing, depending on how long and how many times I reset this trap. But that's what it's going to be, essentially. It's just like when I pull the lever that is attached to the supports disappear, and the whole thing just goes like that. So it's going to require a lot of timing and dwarves behaving and pulling the lever when I tell them to. So there's a lot of ifs and buts and requirements, and hopefully this works. But, that's the fun of Dwarf Fortress, right? You want things to potentially go absolutely horribly wrong. It's part of the fun of it. Actually, something I need to just get going right now. This. Okay, I need one more mechanism, which they should be working on. Yes. When it gets done, you have a great greeting pit and trap corridor when they get done. Also, up and above in here, I'm going to fill this up with traps, this little walkway. So anything that does make it through will hopefully run up in here and then get smacked to death by some variation of traps. There is, of course, some possible concerns about how this could backfire, but like I was saying earlier, also part of the fun of Dwarf Fortress. If you have impenetrable traps, where's the fun in that? I want my defenses to have faults and issues, and I want them to fail, because that is a large portion of how I get my entertainment is watching things go horribly wrong. Everybody, I think, kind of likes the Lemmings aspect of Dwarf Fortress just a little bit. You know? Also, very off-topic question, but this is kind of inspired by I am #420 who commented this in chat. What's your favorite emote that I have? I know I ask this from time to time, but what's your favorite, or rather, what's your favorite and what's the one that you use the most? The one that you like the most and the one that you use the most? Kind of the two questions about my emote. Named Era Shagolok? Probably? Hold up. There's definitely some goblin-y names. Find them. Everybody likes Crypt Zoom, really? Huh. Where's Shagolok? Asm, Mesbeth, Adam, Errol. Visitor? This is a pretty goblin-heavy society, too, that we live in. Oh no, not the fortifications. It's the classic, they're coming through the walls. Yeah, I don't think you saw that. You may not have seen it. Maybe it was a... Yeah, I'm not sure what you saw. Stone. We do definitely have some Arishes. No Shagolok. Oh, wait, there you are. Where? This guy. Citizen of the Crimson Pulley, a member of the Umber Communion, that's us. As a member of the Halls of Defending, militia dwarf at the Halls of Defending, and arrived here on the 20th of Granite in the year 177. Static Granite. Static Granite, not Stasis Granite. Incurious and never seeks out knowledge or information to satisfy herself, and has an active sense of humor and a calm demeanor, and doesn't focus on material goods, generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and tries to do things correctly each time. Static Granite. Dwarf. There you go. Kill the Crundle. Here. Oh, why were you asking about that name? So the beauty of this crush defense, this orange crush defense specifically, the beauty of it is I can like dispose of the last siege by destroying the current siege. So because of where I'm putting all the bodies from the last siege, when we cave this in, it's going to destroy all those bodies. Looked funny had Shag in it. I mean, it is a less common name. Definitely don't see Shag very often. Is it Shag or Shog, though? Or Shug? Or Shug? This is just kind of a comment. So, Balenair posted this on the team Discord this morning. alongside of this and this. And yes, this looks delicious, right? The only time I've ever seen strawberry on sushi in my entire life is in Bellinaire's pictures. And I've eaten a lot of sushi. And there's a lot of sushi places around here. I've never seen strawberry on sushi outside of Bellinaire's Finland sushi pictures. Which looks tasty. And like fruit on sushi isn't weird. Like, wait, like you can get mango on sushi pretty commonly. But like, I've never seen strawberry on sushi, which is interesting to me. I'm just kind of curious. Have you seen strawberry on sushi? Strashi? Strashi? Sushbury. Here comes my mechanic. How did they get in? I mean, maybe we'll find out. Actually, I'd love a screenshot of how they got in, but not mandatory, obviously. Yeah, mango on sushi is quite common. Japan loves mangoes. I've seen papaya on sushi. I'm trying to think of like oranges, like tiny, like little baby oranges, mini oranges I've seen on sushi. But I've never seen strawberry. Like, I don't know. I'm not saying like it's bad or anything. I'm just saying it's interesting. Like I've never seen it before. Like I'd like to try it, even. Fisher dwarves are the sushi makers? Yeah, this checks out. Interesting. New outpost liaison. Right, yeah, because the other one fell off the cliff and drowned. Anyway, it was during a siege, okay? It's not my fault. The outpost liaison says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your civilization and world info. What would you request of our merchants? Because I don't know what right now. Steel anvils. But not a cookies. Hello! So what you're telling me is you don't have cookies. That's disappointing. I was looking forward to cookies. Risen says, farewell, Kel. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. What's going on the maps? Man, fucking Hotbeards is still getting sieged. That sucks. But these goblins are... I've certainly seen better days. A bunch of stuff happened up here. Back at the home. A bunch of religious movements. Yeah, looks like a bunch of religious leaders got swapped out. Must have meant a bunch of people died. That or something's going on. Power shift, maybe. I wasn't planning to, Nada. I wasn't planning to. Because after all, you were not a cookie. It's a funny username. I like it. How you doing, though? Welcome to the stream. I'm doing this so that they don't, like, sneaky climb out, you know? Oh, that's mine, obviously. I haven't made that floor great yet. Come on. Get off your asses, Dwarves. Make me a floor grid. God damn, that's a lot of construction jobs. Like, because they're all working on this. Yes, I did. It's down here. I can look at it again. Health. History. Or health. History. There you go. Received cave spike silk dressing on head from Stinthad, and received a linen dressing on their right cheek from Stinthad. Then they got cleaned by Stinthad, and then evaluated by Cuddle, and then I guess let go. They had a wound on their head, skin, and their right cheek on their skin. They had no scheduled treatment. I literally didn't know that that menu existed to that amount of detail until this morning. Siege engineer evaluated them. They must have diagnostics on them. Lots of dwarves get diagnostics. I think diagnostics is like one of the default healthcare jobs. Like just everybody gets it. Honestly, that might be an upgrade depending on the situation, not a cookies. You would love Cyborg Dwarves, TBH. I mean, if you want Cyborg Dwarves, you gotta download the Long Night mod. That has pet Roombas and basically Cyborg Dwarves. Oh boy, Dwarf's gonna get stuck back here. Let's see. I mean, yeah, we do have crutches, but like... And we also have, like, the mysterious false ribs. Which I know is like a term for floating ribs, but then there's also false ribs. Like, they can actually give dwarves rib replacements, which is interesting. Like, if their ribs get shattered, they can actually get their ribs replaced. There's some oddities in DF. Put it simply. So Tatan, the gem cutter, has been taken by a Fey mood. Oh. I don't see you. Oh, there you are. Wonder what you're probably just gonna go for the, cutting tape. I'd assume you're gonna go for the jeweler's workshop. Looks like it. Alright, claims the jeweler's workshop. Let's see what you grab, Dwarf. Moves faster than other dwarves? Crutch walking is a skill? I was unaware that that was a skill that could be learned. I know it isn't, like, it is definitely a skill in real life, but I was unaware that it was a skill in Dwarf Fortress. I'm just gonna go grab my water from the fridge. Back in a sec. But yeah, I don't know. It might be a skill. It might also be utter bullshit. So I don't really have any idea on that. It wouldn't surprise me if it's a skill. It also wouldn't surprise me if it's bullshit. All right, so what have you grabbed? Literally rough, smoky quartzites. All right, perfect cut gem, probably? Bam. Well, good luck there, Dwarf. In Dwarf Fortress, though? You're not sure if they move faster? All right, so we gotta do some science then. This sounds like something that could be done in what do you call it? Something that could be done in arena mode pretty easily, I would guess. Well, you don't need an army of cripples. You just need like the Special Olympics, right? So what you really need is the Dwarven Special Olympics. This dwarf has no arms. This dwarf has no legs. What happened to it? Horrible work accident. Hey, Necros. Hollow. I don't know how to do that, but yes, I guess you could. Crutchrocker's skill is related to the penalty received to the movement. As the skill develops, the character moves at speeds closer to their ambulatory movement rate up to +5 legendary rank, which movement rate is no longer impaired while a crutch is held, and their quality type of crutch is not an outcome. As somebody who, like, okay, so, like, a family member of mine broke a leg a number of years back, and then had to walk on a crutch. And I can confirm he was really fucking fast on those crutches by the end of it. I can confirm that. Actually, you know what? Let's not put that there. Let's put that there. Put the door here in the corner. And then the floor grate right there. You are indeed quick when on crutches. This is like the only thing that I'm more terrified of than playing hockey is playing wheelchair hockey or sledge hockey specifically. Like if you want to see some violent fucking hockey, like just watch some sledge hockey. It's like hockey except they're surfing on surfboards with a knife on the bottom. Like, that shit's a nightmare, but kind of amazing at the same time. When are dwarves getting wheelchair skills? When we invent wheelchairs. Probably. I mean, currently dwarves have wheelbarrows. I don't think wheelbarrow is a skill. Wheelbarrow is just a, like, you can carry more and move faster while carrying more. I don't think that it's actually a skill. Pretty sure they just move faster when they're doing that. But, like, I don't know. I'd be down to, like, put Urist into a wheelbarrow and just give him a push. I'm down. We can make this work. Let's get rid of these. Well, actually, no. Let's not do it that way. This way. Just hope nobody falls. If somebody falls, well then we just point and laugh, I suppose. There we go. Datan Doran Sang, the gem cutter, has created Edut Tost, a perfect smoky quartz, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Mistim Helmrevealed. Helmrevealed. Helmdreveled. Helm something. It's worth 4,800 Zathal. This is a perfect smoky quartz. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of the lovely fist, an adamantine figurine of Olal Empires named in smoky quartz. That's another one of my artifacts. The lovely fist. Cool. Rider's a skill? Okay, I guess like if a wheelchair was a mount, then rider would make sense, yes. We're going to put that in the hospital, I think, on a pedestal. Yeah. I mean, like, rider being a skill isn't really a concern outside of adventure mode. Like, literally is not a concern outside of adventure mode, so. All right, let's see. Are we good to go down here? One. No, not good to go. Okay, well, when I reset this, we're going to set this up with only one. So, next thing that I need to do, I need to prep for part 2. Naturally, by going up to here. We're prepping round 2 of capabilities of Caven. That's round 1 right there. So, you know, this will be round 2. Actually, in order to do this, let's just... It's a little bit smarter. I say a little bit. Tentatively at best. So we'll dig this out, smooth the edges, clear out most of the boulders, set up supports, and then set up a support and then channel around the edge so that we'll have a second shot. Hey, B-Lug, did you stream today? I've decided that I'm going to make possibly the most impractical defensive structure I can. I'm just going to cave in a whole layer and hope it squishes things. So, impractical defenses, go! But how's things, man? How's your day been? Are you streaming daily now? Like, what is your schedule if you have one? I actually don't know. Smooth that out. The problem is going to be resetting this thing. I need a lot of blocks. Setting this up so that this block production zone is a little bit safer. Grinded a lot of stats to start, now you're doing the story. Gotcha. Over level it and then power play it. It's about as much as we need, I think. That and I'm ignoring merchants, which, you know, is great for everybody. We don't know for the rest of the week. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay. I kind of figured you didn't have a strict schedule, but since you'd streamed like a couple days this week, I was like, I should ask. I want to say the Pixel remasters, Minstrel. So the actual like plan for this is we fire this off, collapse a whole bunch of shit on top of baddies' heads, and then just come running in with the military after everything caves in. That's the actual hope of like how we're gonna fight this when shit hits the fan. Should finish it one day. I feel that way about a lot of games, man. I should finish that one day. I getcha. Well, I hope that as a hobby, it's working out so far. It's a really good way to like get doubly distracted by video games, just streaming casually, because like, you know, a lot of people they play video games for like entertainment and distraction, right? Streaming is like a way of getting entertainment and more distraction out of games. So, hopefully it's beneficial so far. From nothing all day? Yeah. Monotony of nothing is something that I think a lot of us have to deal with. The monotony of nothing. Yeah. Can't wait to get better. You know, it's really funny when people tell me they're just like, because every now and again I'll run into somebody who's just like, man, I wish I could just like retire. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I'd do if I retired. Like, genuinely. Like, I would just run out of stuff to do in a couple of weeks and then go nuts. It's like the reason that I allow myself, even though I allow myself to take, like, for my new schedule, it's like I have the 3-day weekend technically, but I can just work in there anyway if I want to. Like, it's, if I just decide I want to work, I can just go work. Which is kind of like my long-term goal for the rest of my life. It's like, if I just want to take a day off, I want to be able to take a day off. And if I want to work, I want to be able to work. Which is like the most I want it all kind of bullshit, but life goals. Probably stream full-time. Yeah. It's that's the problem though, is being financially capable of doing that. Your own unauthorized translation of a book that you love and didn't get a good one. Can I ask what book that is? Also, some migrants have arrived. Where are they arriving from? Up there. Okay, let's see. Tabbed out for 2 seconds and that happens. No sense of vengeance or retribution and accepts favors without demands. Does anybody want a dwarf? We got tons of them. Which is why I'm asking. Join the squad. Dwarf Fortress and speedrun Dark Souls? Sure. Could see that. I'll just let the rest of them arrive. Looking for dwarves with names. Wait, hold up. Oh, rawness soil. Rawness soil. Rawness. Do you have preference on job, Aqua? Or do you just want something random? No preference? Noted. Do need another squad leader, so looking for someone who would make for a good squad leader. Constant state of internal rage and rarely tries to assert himself in conversation and is not careful with resources when working on projects. Hey, Batman, what's up, dude? Into what language? Not a minstrel. I know this probably is like a duh thing, but like, what's that stupid thing with the Twitch app not getting support? What? Oh, into Polish. Interesting. All right, so Aqua, you say that you're not picky, hey? Well, in that case... You're a hammer lord. I love that your name fits in here. It's such a long title. You have 32 kills, and 6 of them are notable, including 1 goblin, 5 trolls, 2 vultures, 2 trolls, 3 trolls, 3 trolls, 1 troll, 1 troll, 1 troll, 1 goblin, 2 trolls, 1 giant olm, 1 goblin, I almost said 1 giant goblin, 1 goblin, 3 goblins, 5 goblins, and a beak dog. The notable kills you have are Sabu, Scourge Wander, Kotsu, Waxel Learn, Servesh, Bridge Nose, Amsku, Witchlark, which is a good name, Witchlurk, Witchlurker. Chat, which one of you is lurking? Anyway, Stolspib, please, I'm not actually cleaning that, don't worry. Fell Starved, and Kagged Rabbitblade, the Goblin. You have no health problems or medical history. You do have a kid named Atur, who you left elsewhere, as well as a lot of family. You're friends with Yuma, who I think is dead. Yep. And Stinthad, the chief medical dwarf, you're good friends with, and a few other dwarves. You worship plenty of deities, and you have a lover who's not in the fort. Your deities are the deity of song and inspiration, the deity of mountains, the deity of laws, and the deity of minerals, and the deity of metals and crafts, and the deity of marriage and wealth. And you were excited after remembering performing and were satisfied upon improving machinery. And you were satisfied at work and blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom and content after eating a pretty good meal. You felt wonder remembering communing with your god, and you were afraid after reliving experiencing trauma. Well, I mean, you are in the military. You don't feel anything after seeing dead bodies, and you're ashamed after wearing old clothing. You're 105 years old, born on the 5th of Opal in the year 72, and his sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is braided, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. His long beard, his heliotrope eyes have slightly thin irises, and his ears are somewhat narrow. His hair is black mixed with gray, and his skin is dark peach. He is basically unbreakable, unbelievably strong, indefatigable, which is the best word in existence, extremely agile, and really slow to heal. I mean, Fair. Aquafunkalistic booty whap. Unib likes Tarim? I guess you have like a very long name. Unib Tarim? What's your full? Hold up. I don't know. I need to look up like the. Okay. I need to look up the translation of your name. You like earthenware, bismuth, milk opal, date palm wood, yaks for their shaggy hair, nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature, and the sight of the lacy wonders. And when possible, you prefer to consume lungfish, tapir cheese, and parsnip wine, and absolutely hates gnats, blood gnats specifically. God, you personally view any show of emotion as offensive, and you find sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals in life. You find the acquisition of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Fucking mood. Views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors and finds introspection to be a waste of time. And sees war as a useful means to an end and values a harmonious existence. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. Never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his detriment, and the harm of those around him. And never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations, is confident under pressure, and is sometimes cruel. And he is disturbed by this since he is someone who does not seek to acquire power over others. I like how being cruel is automatically those who seek to acquire power over others. Is often nervous and tries to get things done, and he does try to get things done perfectly, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He is quick to anger and often feels lustful. Interprets others during conversations when he's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Blood gnats are awful. I agree. Seems like a good dwarf. Welcome to the fort. Meanwhile, dwarfs are digging. I mean, being cruel, I guess, is part of being in charge. I mean, cruelty is not necessarily a power-based thing. But, like, you can just be cruel without, like, having hierarchy above somebody. Unless I'm, like, misunderstanding the definition of the word cruelty, which is, plausible. Certainly not above that. So at this point now, I'm basically just waiting on my engineers to connect rock mechanisms. Oh, true. So. A few characters that I kind of really just want to give mechanics. It's a super useful job, and I need more people doing it. Like, this dwarf would not be good at most jobs, but probably would make a real good mechanic. Like, it'd be cruel to willfully cause pain or suffering of others, feeling no concern about it. Yeah, but you don't necessarily... I don't know. I don't think that you necessarily need to be in a position of power to also be cruel, right? You can have that tendency without being in a position of power. But one certainly benefits the other, right? Like, if you're in a position of power, it's much easier to be cruel, right? Just as kind of a blanket statement. All of them blocks getting chopped up. The thing I should do is I should make a stone stockpile, which is just going to go up here. Because I really need this to be like a quick and efficient oiled machine. To the point where I almost... This is one of the first times in a long time I've actually been tempted to maybe have a minecart track. Need granite. Where's... There it is. That lower one is just rock blocks. That upper one's for boulders. I think it also determines how willingly a dwarf will spare you in adventure mode when you surrender. What, their cruelty stat? Huh. Interesting. More you know. Speaking of adventure mode, this cat actually came to this fortress from one of my adventurers and has outlived the adventurer. I feel bad. This cat, Fensast, was a kitten that my goblin adventurer had. The goblin died. Shed single tear. I like that we are, like, having this weirdly philosophical discussion about cruelty and power over others. It's just Dwarf Fortress. It, like, makes such Uh-oh. Is that a walking tree or a giant olm? Definitely a giant olm. Seems like it's berserk. The stutcher scratches it in the upper body, tearing the fat. The woodcutter kicks the giant olm in the foot with its left foot, bruising the muscle. I'm pretty sure that, are cat explosions still possible? Cat explosions were a bug that were fixed in 2 weeks, yo. Like, cat explosions were a bug in 2016? If not earlier. I think it probably was earlier. Very, very, very early bug that was fixed in a couple of weeks. And cat explosions were never actually a thing. It was just the breeding rate of cats was so high that you, if you had like more than 20 cats in your fort, cats would breed faster than you could slaughter them. That's all that cat explosions were. All right, we're going to build a little drawbridge here. No, like, even without gelding, it's not an issue. It is impossible to have too many of a specific animal type in your fortress. So many of a specific animal type in your fortress that you can't slaughter them faster than they breed. It was just a little rebalance of breeding that needed to be done. The speed at which animals multiply. That's literally all it was. And they fixed it very quick. But thermonuclear cat explosions were actually a meme, which was simply somebody modded cat's blood to be hotter than the temperature of the sun, and then embarked with like a a billion cats, and then their map just went because they were breeding and multiplying at that speed plus exploding and combusting. That's what a cat explosion actually is. So it's somebody who edited their raws. So technically they were never possible in the way that people think of them. And yeah, it was a bug that was fixed basically eons ago at this point. And it's really unfortunate that people keep like referencing them because people think it's like this thing that happened. And I mean, it was a long time ago, but it's been a long time. So. Like, you can still have too many animals of a specific species that to a point where they like slow your frame rate down, if that's what you consider a cat explosion, but it's just like cats haven't died in taverns since like 1 week after that bug happened. But people still think it's a thing in the game. Like, I was watching a stream on Monday from somebody who was learning the game, and their chat was warning them about thermonuclear cat explosions. They were like, do not like get too many cats. They will very... It's like, no, that's... And I just didn't say anything because there's no bother. Well, congratulations, you've irritated me. That's all that you've really accomplished by that, is me just rolling my eyes going, yay, people are still spreading false information. So if you just want me to talk about exploding flaming cats, you can do that. Just ask me to do that instead of asking if thing that's not possible is still possible. Less irritating. All right, let's add up. Because one of the biggest barriers to entry for a lot of new players in this game is the false information. And there's a lot of it about DF. There is so much incorrect information about DF, it's sometimes kind of hard to discern what is correct, accurate, recent information and what is a bug that was patched years ago. So, I find it really frustrating. I mean, somebody in this chat modded lava to be a drinkable liquid, which isn't difficult. It's literally like one word in the raws that you need to change. Best way for a noob to learn DF? Download the game from bay12games.com/dwarves. Pop up Krug Smash's video in your first fortress. Install a basic ASCII tile set. Don't do a graphical tile set, just a basic ASCII tile set. And then open up the wiki, go to the fortress mode guide, because you should start with fortress mode. It's easier to kind of wrap your head around than adventure mode is initially. Download, or just go to the wiki and go to the getting started guide and start reading and start playing. And whenever you have questions, pop into a live stream and ask somebody a question, or pop into my Discord right here. Go to the DF room and ask questions, and we'll do our best to answer. And if my Discord isn't active enough, then join the KitFox Discord, because they're the official one. But I will obviously promote mine first. That's the best way for a noob to learn DF, is just start playing and ask questions. Right now is probably the easiest time ever to learn DF, outside of the release of the outside of the premium release. Right now is probably the easiest time ever to learn DF, because there's a very active community. Also, the subreddit has a question and answers thread that is extremely active. So if you need help quick and nobody elsewhere is helping, the subreddit's also very helpful. The reason I say Krug Smash is your first fortress is because he literally probably does the best job of just like walking you through the basics, like the basics. But that's only if you prefer videos. That video is the video I'm talking about. I also have similar videos, but I think his is better, so. You'd learn how before the update. I mean, obviously, like, I would say it's probably... You'll definitely get more out of the update if you know how to play it before the update comes out. But, yeah, just yell at me if you need help, too. Because, like, at the end of the day, it's... It's not anywhere near as hard of a game as some people make it out to be, putting it bluntly. Excuse me? Oh. A dwarf was found dead who died a long time ago. Yeah, 2 dwarves who died a very long time ago were found dead. I knew that they died, and I knew where they were, but the dwarves just spotted them. What's going to happen with the update? Bwah, bwah, bwah. New UI, graphics, music, sound, mouse support that is more than just like one tiny part of the screen. You know, normal people usability stuff. That's what's coming with the update. Outside of that, the game is largely going to be the same. But obviously it won't be free like the current version is, so. Yeah, the classic version will still be available and still be free, although it's going to be behind for a bit while Tarn moves all of the features over, which I would guess probably will take... It'll take time, but it'll get done eventually. And then we'll get some of those usability features in Classic, which is the free version. The free version will remain available. The only real difference from, if I understand it correctly, is going to be the Steam version, or as it's currently presented by Bay 12 and Tarn and Zach, is the Steam version will have music and graphics. The free version will not, but the UI is going to change in the free version. Oh, I mean, every version of Dwarf Fortress is easier to learn. Like that's generally just how games work. Like every update that comes out and as they add things to the game, games become easier to learn. Like every game I've ever played in my entire life has been like that. Unless like the updates are making the game abjectly worse. But yeah, no. I mean, the thing that I always tell people is like the hardest part about Dwarf Fortress is just simply learning what you are able to do in the game. Once you know what you're able to do in the game, it's just a matter of executing it, and that's not a very difficult thing to do. Dwarf Fortress is actually a very simple game. Its obtuseness is why it has a learning curve. Like, yes, it is very, very deep in its mechanics, but a lot of those mechanics are things that the majority of players will never really interact with or even see, because the game does a very good job of like hiding things that you don't need to see and surfacing things that you do need to see, which I personally fucking love. So it's like, do you need to know that there is no HP in Dwarf Fortress and the only thing that like determines whether or not a dwarf is alive or dead is the amount of blood in them? Do you need to know that? No, not really. Also, the game is keeping track of their internal organs and, like, bones and muscles and density of muscles. And just hauling boulders around gives them strength and shit like that. Like, do you need to know that? I don't know. Is it helpful to know that? Yeah, kind of. But you'll figure that stuff out in time. Yeah, like the medical history screen that I learned existed this morning, and I probably have like 10,000 hours in this game. I didn't... Okay, so there's this screen, which is under the health thing right here, which is this. I didn't know that... Like, I knew this one existed, and this one existed. Didn't know this one existed. I did not know that this menu that states when, who put them there, and what they were treated with. I did not know that this screen existed until this morning. I only just learned that this screen existed. I was like, medical? And the reason I learned that it existed was because of the video that I edited this morning, because of the screenshots that were released of the rest of the Dwarf UI, and this was one of the screens that was in there. I was like, this exists? Where is it? Ah! What year is it now? 177. Bed rest in 177, and that's 177. So, you know. I mean, like, the one that I like to return to all the time is everybody's favorite Dwarf Fortress YouTuber, Krug Smash. I told him that the moon exists, which is currently a 0 because it's a full moon. And then it switches to a half moon and slowly fills up as the moon gets full. And when the moon is full, that's when were creatures can attack. And when, like, you can get night creatures that show up and attack your fortress. Like, that's when that happens, is when the moon is full. Fear the moon when the moon is full, naturally. Like, that just makes sense, right? Apparently, like, nobody knows that. But, I don't know. Oh, yeah, that E-flow area thing where, like, the entire community all just kind of collectively realized that. So, you can make zones, right? Now, the way you make a zone by default is you just you hit the I key and you yeah, that's a fucking moon! And it's full right now. Anyway, this is how I made zones for years, was just by drawing squares, right? And then if I wanted to, like, make it into a room shape, I would, like, cut out the walls and all that shit, which was super tedious and time-consuming. And then, like, I'm not sure who pointed it out, but, like, someone in the community told one of the community streamers at the time, use a rune that you can just press E, and it sets it down to flow at the bottom, and then you can just, like, press enter and then plus or minus, and it just, like, conforms to the shape, and then you press enter, and then you don't need to, like, go through and do all that. Like, I didn't know that for hundreds of hours either. And, like, there was, like, this spontaneous combustion of, like, you can also, like, set it so that it doesn't fill up walls, but it's like there was, like, this spontaneous brain combustion of, like, everybody who played DF in my community, because none of us knew that. Repeat that. Hit I, press E, down in the bottom right, E, it switches to flow. See where it's moving? So it defaults to rectangle. Press E and it switches to flow. And then floor flow is the same, but it just goes up to the wall instead of covering the wall. I don't really know why you'd want to do that, but, like, just set it to flow, press enter, and then plus and minus on the numpad. Not or just normal plus and minus, I think. Yes. But yeah, plus and minus on the numpad. Yeah, it saves thousands of hours. Yeah, you have to make a training zone, I think. I never used war animals, so I know you can do it, but I also know that it's, like, basically impossible if you don't know how to do it. But yeah, you make a training zone. I usually make a training zone in my medical area. Also, like, dumb shit, like, if you make your hospital into a doctor's guild, or, like, a surgeon's guild, or a diagnoser's guild, and set it as public so that all citizens can go there, your children will hang out there and they'll all be doctors by the time they're adults. It's like, they just go and learn how to be doctors. It's like, what the fuck? Anyway, speaking of that, the Umber Communion has many worshippers in Mothfall and now requires a temple and a priest. The location must be built and furnished, and a new position appointed by you. Do you approve of this request? Absolutely. Okay, cool. So we get to build a temple now. You can literally just, like, make, like, a medical school. Umber Communion is what god? Hold up. I need to check. No. God of Mountains. All right, well, that needs to be in stone. That needs to be in stone. Okay. Not use stone, but it needs to be built in stone. So I'm going to build that temple, I think. And we need to build it in granite. That needs to be built in granite. No questions of that. And of course, you know, you can just make them look any way that you want. Because you use that particular smiley face, I can't tell if you like the design or if you absolutely hate the design and want me to set it on fire because that smiley face stares into your soul like a psychotic demon. So I'm getting mixed messages in here, just for reference. That's cool. Okay, there you go. It's like the most like just look at that smiley face for a bit, and just think about how it looks. Also, you know, let's just crank this up to priority numero uno. I do need to get this done. Also, thank you. I like making things look fun, because I have to stare at them for hours. This is my full-time job, playing video games on the internet. So if I don't like looking at the shit that I have to look at all day, why would you guys like to look at the shit that I have to look at all day? Okay. But the Umber Communion is the deity of mountains, which is Deller Diamondcrest the Mountainous, deity of the Crimson Pulley, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with mountains. One of the things that's very frustrating is making a tower that can't be climbed. It's very unintuitive trying to figure out what obstacles can't be scaled. It's very easy to make a tower that can't be climbed. Give it one tile of overhang. like this is the outer fortress, right? It's above ground. It's on the edge of this cliff. It's completely impenetrable when the gate is closed because it's got one tile of overhang. Now, unless a tree grows up to it and grows over it, at which point, like right here, they could climb over that. If they're legendary climbers, and also get past the flowing river. But granted, if they try to get past this flowing river, it's pretty likely they'll just fall down there and go splat. So you know what? I like leaving opportunities for the enemy to get into my fort because I think that's fun. I think it's a lot of fun to like be like, can they get in? I don't know. I enjoy that because I'm crazy like that, I guess. But yeah, no, the Dwarf Friends, there's lots of things in this game that are very unintuitive. But like any unintuitive game, it kind of operates under its own weird logic. And once you learn the basics of that weird logic, the rest of the weird logic becomes more logical. I don't know if that makes any sense, but like, just as an example, Caves of Cud does a lot of things that are extremely like nonsensically silly when you look at them the first time, but the 15th time you see that, it starts to make more sense over time. I actually kind of want to do that. That looks a little better. But yeah, if you make one layer of overhang with any material, nothing can climb it. Unless you want your walls to be climbed. Which is a perfectly logical story consideration that a player can have when building a fort. There they go. Only problem is like the entrance to this is going to be real cramped. Physics and thermodynamics. Yes. This is true. I want to make a... Do I make the bad joke? Well, you say it's a liberal interpretation. It's more of a socialist interpretation, but... But no, I do agree. Caves of Cud is like a psychotic nightmare created by crazy people, and I love it for that reason. True. It is true! Definitely like a leftist politics nightmare, so... In the best kind of way, and I love it. Such a fun game. I've been like itching to play more Cud, so that's gonna happen on the stream soon. Yeah, absolutely. You just make sure that you go once you've made your hospital into a guild hall. Just hit L, and then select whichever one is your hospital, and just make sure it's set to citizens only or citizens and long-term residents, either or, doesn't matter. Like this one, citizens and long-term residents only. Any of my farmers can just go to the farmer guild hall and teach anybody who shows up how to farm. I have this because they demanded I build it, right? But anybody could just go to that guild hall and just learn how to farm, which is just a helpful skill for everybody to have, right? Trying to write stuff like that down that you remember. I mean, do it a couple times and you'll remember it. But, yes. For me, it's all muscle memory. Yeah, if it's open to visitors, then you'll also get zombies showing up, and then you might actually need a hospital. So, you know, maybe suboptimal on that. My YouTube channel is getting quite a lot of views this morning for a couple of reasons, or a lot of views from me. And it's like getting about 500 views an hour on my YouTube channel right now, which is a lot for me. Gee, it costs about 50 cents an hour. Kind of like, man, that's a lot of... Oh, right, yeah, it's YouTube still. Jeez. I'm responding to a YouTube comment. Bear with me. Hey, Wogarden, what's up? You've been watching for a long time. Congratulations. Is that, like, not a thing that you do often? I have this problematic obsession of having to respond to YouTube comments as they come in. A good comment can stand a nice soak. What? Pardon? What does that mean? All right, YouTube comments responded to. Someone is claiming that the Fertile Crescent, that little game that I put a video up of the other day, is stealing assets from Age of Empires 1, which is factually incorrect. So, yeah, no. Or like, they literally copied the building design and they literally used the same sound effect. I'm like, well, no, but they're definitely inspired by it, but absolutely, they didn't steal anything. Like, I can, it's absolutely inspired by it. Like, I'm not going to argue that. That's true, but certainly didn't steal anything. Yeah, I like to like respond almost immediately to YouTube comments because sometimes then it gets little conversations going, which is actually like my favorite part of Twitch. The reason I like Twitch so much is because of the fact that I actually know who watches me. With YouTube, I really don't. And my YouTube channel is not too big that I can't reasonably respond to people yet. And it will get to that point eventually. It will eventually get to the point where I won't be able to reasonably respond to everybody. Hopefully. I mean, that will mean that my YouTube channel is doing well. So, pure essence of time. My forgetfulness is what it's soaking in. If I don't respond to a YouTube comment in like an hour, I then just never do. YouTube commenters are untrustworthy, and people in Twitch chat are? They say weird ass stuff and run away. What about that person the other day that like got banned instantly? Actually, I don't know if you were here. It was like pretty late last night. Somebody pops in, asked a question, and then almost immediately got banned. That person? That was funny as fuck. Such a weird comment, too. It's just... TLDR, it was just somebody who pops in and says, "What do you think about Ukraine?" Probably because I have the, like, exclamation point Ukraine thing in the chat. If you want to donate some money to Project Hope on my behalf, you can do that. We've raised $1,000. I'm probably going to chuck another $100 into it next month. But anyway, this guy pops in and just says, what do you think of Ukraine? And then I was just like, I don't know who you are, so I don't feel like having a nuanced conversation with you because it's the first thing you've said. And then he just started spamming Putin for the win. Like, full block text. It's like, it lasted for about a quarter of a second and then banned him. It's like, all right, okay, goodbye. I'm not sure what you're trying to accomplish with this, but it's a futile attempt, that's for sure. And then for a minute there, I was like, I might need more mods. No, okay, we're good. Yeah. Sounds like StarCraft 2 general chat. Pretty much, actually, yeah. It was like a free-to-play MMO. It was just a wall of text. It was like, all right, congratulations. Your balls haven't dropped yet. Call me when you have some. Can mean different things, not that you should speculate. It's pretty clear what that person meant, but still strange. Like, you know how earlier today we were talking about how some parts of Reddit are incredible and kind of awesome, and some parts of Reddit are absolutely nightmarish, cluster fucks, and there's like no in between. Well, same with Twitch chat, I guess. It's like either wonderful and everybody's amazing, or I just want to set the person on fire. There's like kind of no in between. My neighbor randomly started texting me last night because I've been communicating with him about like filling all of the grass around my apartment building up with clover seeds, and I have some clover seed in the mail. We were talking back and forth, and he's just like, man, this shows how old because we were just texting, right? And he's just like, shows how old I am that I associate the word clover with drugs. And I'm like, well, I also just ordered seeds for that too, because I have like purple plum kush in the mail. Anyway, don't worry about it. But I have pot seeds in the mail. Because I live in Canada where it's legal. And he's just like, really? And then he's just like, we could probably get away with like putting them behind the orchids in the garden where they'd get more sun. I'm like, I like my neighbor. You're cool, man. Like this 70-year-old dude that lives across the way from me is just like, yo, this sounds like a fun project. I'll help you hide them. It's like, we don't need to, but okay. He is right, though. We'll get more sun than my patio. Working on a bee vacuum? Do you have bees in your walls or something? What's a bee vacuum? All right, so we're gonna do a quick and dirty rush job on finishing up this temple here. Only when burnt. And if, like, depending on the strain, it might not even produce that much of an odor. There's a few pretty specific strains that are particularly stanky, but, like, not really. The stuff I have doesn't really smell at all. Really depends on what it is. But no, growing them doesn't produce a scent. The real issue with growing them, especially around apartment buildings, is that they're pretty obvious plants. Like, they tend to stand out. And the issue with them standing out is people like to steal them because weed's not super cheap. So that's the actual issue, is keeping them from getting swiped. Like, if you're on a first floor patio, it's very easy for someone to just, like, hop onto your porch and just yoink your plants. That's the actual concern. Oh, fuck it. I don't just smooth all. Doesn't matter. We'll just leave it. It's fine. Putting away. Ah! You have a good time at gym. Yeet. That was a genuine reaction. That was way louder than it normally is. I have my volume up. Cheers, man. There's just some loud noises. Ah! You got this comment on the deck with 8 months ago. It said, "No, it's not." What is not what? And there's been no response. Yeah, it's really difficult for some people to see their notifications on YouTube, especially people that have a lot of, like, bells turned on. But the game's saving because the season's ended. Example of bee vacuum. Holy Jesus, this is a bad website. Chat, you guys want to see, like, maybe the worst website I've ever seen? Like, okay, so everybody goes on about how Bay 12 Games is bad, right? Like, Bay 12 Games. It's a fine website, right? This is North Valley Bee. This is a website that Frog for Hire linked on my Discord about bee vacuums. The fuck is this shit? Like, actually, what the truck is this? I'm sorry, but my eyes are bleeding looking at this. Excuse me? This is maybe the worst website I've ever seen in my life. Thank you very much for providing me with such a garbage layout. Good lord. Ah, you know what that probably is? It's probably just a basic HTML website made by somebody who had, actually, I mean, this was posted in this was 2013. This was before like everybody used dark mode extensions. So it's quite possible that that is intended. Fucking bright, like high contrast teal on white. Excuse me? The fuck's wrong with you, person who made that website? All right, I'm done. Genuinely, that is probably the worst website I've ever seen in my life. I finally found something with a worse UX than Aurora 4X. Like, I'm actually impressed. I get suspended. Oh no, they're literally just waiting on Masons. Why teal? You know, I'm going to be wondering that myself for a while, I think. Slaughtering that trained giraffe. Cool, cool, cool. An esoteric shitpost project that has some pretty crazy page layouts. Yes, but is that intentionally bad? I don't think that this is intentionally bad. Like, yeah, obviously, like, there's some websites out there that look worse, but a lot of old GeoCity shitpost sites look worse. Just as an example. But, like, it's not a contest of who can make the worst looking website. All right, this military's been training for a little bit. We're gonna start sacking some goblins. This is such a ridiculous goblin pit. Also, this is kind of interesting. These two green patches have appeared. The evil is receding. Ooh, we got some stuffs. We've also got some stuffs. Let's go hit these guys with the tenacious gates. There they go. Got a sword master, hammer lord. Arash is going with them. Who's their commander? Usteth is the commander. Skilled ambusher. Well, that's a good sign. Put the page as an example in post memes. Yeah, but that's intentionally bad. I would argue that that's intentionally bad, whereas this Bees website I think is intended to be helpful. My opinion on danger rooms, they don't work anymore. That's my opinion on danger rooms. And even if they did, they're kind of cheesy. Now they're not danger rooms. Like previously danger rooms was like, oh, this is a really good way to train up your military, right? You get really high skilled dodge and all that shit really quickly. Now you just get really good doctors because the danger rooms just obliterate the dwarves that are in there. Also, training is faster now. Yeah. Danger rooms was where you'd make a room. It was an old meta strat in DF, which is a ridiculous fucking statement anyway. Where you would put a bunch of traps in a room and then use minecarts to fire coins at the dwarves. And they would dodge like crazy. and that would set off the traps, and then they dodge the traps, and it was like a way of high-speed training your dwarves, and you'd get like top quality skilled dwarves really, really, really quickly. Now they just die, basically. Like, it's a really good way to kill your dwarves now. For a period of time, it was a really effective method of training, and now it's a really effective method of killing all your dwarves. I'm gonna put this pedestal in here. Set this to flow. I'll have to throw some chairs in here too. Old DF strat. Temple to the Umber Communion. Now, the reason there's only 8 worshippers here right now is because a bunch of them just left in that squad. So the fun thing is, ooh, the Shrine of Earth. I actually like that name. Now, the funny thing is about making this is now the worshippers of this god, if they go out to war and such, they can come back with titles, which is real fun. They get really long names when you have one of these. Now that I've designated that, I have to select this. We need to bring the value of the room up to 2,000, which is easy. And I think I need to do that first. So we're going to bring the value of it up to 2,000. I mean, you can also use like a room full of water as that too. Now that's just like, I mean, it's just an elaborate way to kill your noble if you really want. But what's up, King? How are you? By the way, you died yesterday during a goblin siege because you dodged into the river. You asked like your commander, you're like, dodge left, and they said right, and you said dodge right, and he says no left, and then you'd already dodged right, and it was too late, and you went, yeah, gurgle, gurgle, and then I was, anyway. Rip King T. Yeah, and Stone is a were-lizard. Just transformed into a were-lizard, look at that. You know what's amazing is I could make you into our religious figure, probably, Stone. Because I think you worship the right god. Because you worship all of the gods. So theoretically, I could probably make you into our holy person. Dodging off of a cliff into a river? Well, more specifically, you dodged from roughly here into here. And you're one of these bodies. I don't know where your body ended up. Maybe you actually got buried. They might have been able to retrieve your body. Yeah, I think they were able to retrieve your body, but you fell in there. I will have to find out. I won't know until the value of that room is high enough. All right, that raid went off, and we're back. The defenders were led... Okay, so the dwarves... Usteth, Merchant Skunk, Stanky Merchant, led the attack, and the defenders were led by Evhol, Framed Pulleyed. The dwarves' tactical planning was superior to the humans, and the defenders had a slight positional advantage. Only one Z level? Yep. The Tenacious Gates, led by the dwarf Usteth, clashed with 6 goblins, slaying 5. The Tenacious Gates, led by the dwarf Usteth, clashed with 25 trolls, slaying 2. And Aloth was struck down by a troll somehow, and Amost was struck down by a troll. That makes no sense. Why did that happen? All right, some, like, scuffles, and then we ran. Fuck. Okay, well, that's not good. He's not a skunk man. Definitely not a skunk man. If you worship the god, we should like go into overtime to try and make you into like a member of that temple. Should give you a way in or something. Give you like a tiny corner. You dig a tunnel down there. Kind of miss Bobette sometimes. It was a fun story. I remember Bobette. Vinsati actually tried to kill Bobette in adventure mode after we retired that world.
Hey man, just dropping off my sub. Not sure if I can continue given what's happening here in the old Soviet bloc. Sorry for the bad vibes.
Oh, it's all good.
Cheers and beer all around.
Nah, I get you, man. Nah, it's, trust me, you're not alone in that one. I mean, like, I can't pay my artist for more art right now, because he's in a region where I don't have access via any kind of money transfers. So it's like... And also, I can't break sanctions, which is also, like, fucking stupid, but... I get you. It's good to see you around, though. And thanks for, sticking around as long as you can. Hopefully they don't cut the internet. But, is what it is. Chat already knows what to do. You're considering new projects for a fort. When next one will be a glass tower with a lava waterfall, and side projects and old danger rooms are fun too. War bears, etc. In my other fortress, Long Death, I have a glass tube that goes from 15 Z levels above the surface all the way down to the magma sea. Full of lava. I'm actually, like, low-key planning an extension to it at some point. So, you know. That fort's also 381 years old. But yeah, seriously, thank you very much for the 21th month. Shit will calm down eventually. Eventually. Hopefully sooner rather than later. You need ideas like that? I mean, do you really? It took me 100 years to build the damn thing. And I wish I was exaggerating on that. But yeah. There's bad vibes and then there's necessary vibes, you know? I ain't gonna stop people from talking about shit that's going on in the world. In fact, I kind of encourage it. We'll need to vent. Farming above ground crops at minus 75 Z levels. I mean, this is just like King's idea of science in this game is figuring out exactly how many Z levels he needs to drop a goblin before it completely explodes and vanishes upon impact. Which, I mean, little blood water balloons. But, you know, keep safe, yeah? Spectrum, stay away from scary shit. I don't know exactly where you are, but... Like, it's like the subscriber section of my Discord has gotten real interesting because it's like Cutest in Moscow venting about shit that's going on in Moscow. The rest of us just like, what the fuck? Half the time. The hardest part is factoring in the armor. I mean, yeah, that's where the real skills happen. Is knowing the density levels of armor and whether or not it'll eat the whole impact. More coffee. Bespoke goblin misc. I mean, you just need somewhere that's raining goblin blood, and then that gets a lot easier, okay? It's like the one time I had a moat full of elf blood wasn't because we killed any elves. It was just because it was raining elf blood. It was just, weather was weird that week, I guess. Just seeing how fast it's going to escalate. I'm hoping it's going to do the opposite of escalate, but... You know, it's really funny, because, like, when all this shit started popping off, like, just over a month ago, I was talking to a friend of mine about how I'm nervous, like, at a craft bar close to here, and he was asking me, he's like, why? I'm like, there's fucking Russian submarines, like, 50 kilometers off the coast here. Like, and if bombs were to drop, Seattle would be a target, and I'd be gone because I'm up in Vancouver. So it's just like, I don't know. Shit's scary. Everybody's kind of Russia's neighbor. That's what happens when you're the largest landmass of a country in the world. I mean, like, Kiri also, one of my teammates, when she's with her in-laws, he's 200 kilometers away from an open war zone. It's like, it's like a short drive up the highway. Like, fuck. Everything's close to home. I just want to be able to pay cooler for more art without breaking sanctions. And sending in Bitcoin would be breaking sanctions. I don't feel like, you know, getting in trouble. It's one tank of gas away. From a Canadian's perspective, Ukraine is a tiny country, and most of Europe is also tiny. So, from my perspective, everything in Europe is a tank of gas away. Like, I don't know. Like, the distance from one end of Europe to the other end of Europe is like me going to the next province. It's like, all that shit's tiny. Like, everything's close together. Basically just in everybody's backyard. Like, my province is 14 times the landmass of France. Here in Canada. So, like, British Columbia is pretty close to just Europe. Granted, there's a lot more trees here and a whole lot of fuck nothing. It'll get you into the next province. Frogfire. Although, political meme incoming, close your eyes if you're allergic to that. But I just would like to remind everybody that one rich man slapped another rich man on the Oscars, which nobody really should actually give a shit about. But this happened because of that. Thank you, Photoshoppers. Gotta. I can't not. It's too fucking funny. Too fucking funny. Just everything about this is too fucking funny to me. So, hats off to whoever did that. What's a mile? Just remember, Canada has a joke party called the Rhino Party of Canada, and one of the things that they claimed that they wanted to do was they wanted to build a bridge from Prince Edward Island to Vancouver Island, but they haven't decided which direction around the world they were going to go. You're just like crossing off countries. Like, if the guy doesn't want to say where he's from, don't press. We're friends. That's up to Persectra to disclose with that information if they want to. But I don't have any problems with anybody from anywhere here. Just act civil and I really don't care. My problems start to develop when people stop treating other people like people. Hey, cages. What country you're in? This is the internet. I don't fucking care where you're from. Just say hi and act like a human. Or like, I don't know, just type meow in my chat occasionally, and that's fine too. Or like type like a cat, which is just like every so often. Just occasionally face roll the keyboard. Yeah, super good probably. You're in the province of Twitch in the country of Amazon? We're in the good land of the AWS service. What's my plan for the next fort? I don't think that far ahead. I have 2 forts running right now. But this world, the plan for this world is, I have a few ideas. Because I built this fort, which is Hotbeards. I built this fort, which we're in right now, which is Mothfall, which is named after an adventure of mine that was flying on a giant moth that drowned in a waterfall right here. So I named it Mothfall. We also built this fort up here, which is Umber Bulwark. And the goal of this whole world in this playthrough is to help this mountain-locked civilization, the Crimson Pulley, work their way down here and populate this zone. So I'll build a fort somewhere around here. I've got a few ideas as to where. I don't really have any plans, though. Yeah, I think that YouTube is more of this a state. I wouldn't call YouTube a province. I would call it a state. You know? The state of YouTube in the country of Google. Humans. Man, these humans have taken over a lot of these goblin spots. I'm gonna hit the Deep Witch, except I'm gonna hit them with 2 of my squads. I mean, eBay's... Chad, if eBay was a Europe... If eBay was a country, what country would eBay be? My brain keeps going to Liechtenstein, but I don't think that's accurate. That's Yahoo. Belgium? Ah! No way! Belgium's too important. No way! Absolutely not. No, that's Wikipedia, probably. Wikipedia would be Belgium. Or that or like some .gov domain. Thought Wikipedia was the Netherlands? Well, I mean, we all know Sweden's the Pirate Bay. Come on. I mean, actually, yeah. Belgium probably needs to be some... Aspires to be Switzerland? eBay is where you get scammed a lot? Yes, Humanity Sings. Hello, by the way. How are you? How was your stream been? eBay Mexico? Or like Honduras? You've never been scammed by eBay? I don't believe I've ever actually received something I've ordered off of eBay. I've had a few things refunded from eBay, but I've never actually received an order from eBay. And I've ordered a few things on eBay, mostly evolving around cassette decks. Doesn't have to be Europe. Whoa. The Rock. Num Adorlek Tethel has come. A bird of prey so large and ferocious, it dwarfs many dragons. All beneath its mighty wings should fear the sky. Well, I mean, good for your partner, but it was a nice fort while you had it, as if rocks are scary. Although the actual concern is half my military is not here right now. All right, so here's how we're going to do this. See this temple? This is going to be my new burrow. Add burrow 3, because naming burrows is... Okay, so you go down here. This is going to cause a lot of job cancellations. Okay, where's this rock at? Okay. All right, chat, what's the death count? Guess the death count. Let's type in a number of how many dwarves you think are going to die. Cats don't count. Quick, everyone hide in the river. Yeah, it'll never suspect a thing. 0, 7. Optimist. Okay. And it hasn't collided with a dwarf yet. All right. It's going the direction I want it to go. Coming towards the fortress. One of those 3 will drown? I mean, so far it's doing exactly what I want it to do. All right, boys. Go kill the thing while it's fighting with my horsies. Go get him. Getting horse number 3. There goes my cow. Killing a duck. I'm not sure what that was, but it just went flying. Oh, it's a rooster. Well, it came to snuff the rooster, apparently. The dwarves are on it. The wrestler Dastot hacks at the rocks, first toe with his left silver battle axe, bruising the skin. The force bends the left foot, and the wrestler hacks at the rock's upper leg with his silver battle axe, tearing the skin. The wrestler hacks at the rock, but it jumps away. The rock misses the wrestler because he jumps away, and the wrestler scratches the rock in the upper body, tearing the fat. The fights continue, and the rest of the squads get into the combat. The rock grabs the gander by the upper leg with the right wing, the stray gander pushes the rock in the head, but the attack glances away. Shoutouts to the gander for helping us out. Okay. The goose is helping. The rock bends the stray gander's right upper leg with the rock's right wing, and the hip collapses. Rip the gander. The rock releases the joint, lock of the rock's right wing on the stray gander's right upper leg. The axe lord hacks at the rock in the left wing with its silver battle axe, tearing the fact, and the rock collapses and falls to the ground from overexertion. The rock gives into the pain. The stray gander pushes the rock to the neck, but the attack glances away. If this gander kills this thing, I'm gonna be so happy. The dwarves all pile onto it. A horse has been found dead. Weird. Stray gander pushes the rock. Axe lord hacks at the rock. The stray gander pushes the rock, but the attack glances away. Gander's still helping. No, ROC, rock. Not ROCK. The wrestler hacks at the rock in the head with the silver battle axe, tearing the fat. The wrestler hacks at the rock in the head with the silver battle axe, tearing the fat. The axe lord hacks at the head of with the silver battle axe. So the head. Okay, it's just that on repeat. Does the gander do anything? The wrestler hacks at the rock in the head with the silver battle axe, tearing apart the fat. Oh, that's even better. The force twists the neck. The axe lord hacks at the rock in the head with the silver. The axe lord hacks at the rock in the head with the silver battle axe, tearing the muscle. The force bends the neck. It's a fat rock indeed. Where's this gander? There it is. The gander is fighting. The rock bends the string. Okay. The gander pushes the rock in the neck. It's still trying. I'm so proud of this goose. The rock, picked up the gander and flung him around, and he's still fighting with it, so. Come on, Gander, you got this. This is going to be good eats when this fight's over. All right, first off, what was the last hit that the Gander got on it? So I'm not just looking for it. Okay, the last one was just the last one that we read. The Swords Dwarf stabs the rock in the head with a silver scimitar. Ooh, interesting. We're using a scimitar. Tearing apart the muscle and fracturing the skull. A tendon in the skull has been torn. The force twists the neck. The wrestler hacks the rock in the head with a bronze battle axe, tearing apart the skin. The force twists the neck, and it gives into pain. Now I gotta let the rest of the dwarves out and turn job cancellations back on. What just happened? They all dove back onto the attack for a second. Odd. Wait a second. I don't have a necromancer visitor around, do I? No, I don't. Okay, wait, hold up. It's just a human criminal just like hanging out down here. That would have been real fun if it like rezzed it or something. This is not helping your memories of geese? Why is that? Geese are lovely. They're super chill little critters, dude. Nada Cookies was indeed right. What do we give Nada Cookies as a reward? Although, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 livestock died. So there is that. You need to stop attacking geese for no reason. That went down the wrong pipe. Owie. They're not that bad, no. Rocks are bad if you have no military, but we have quite the military. There's a lot of blood right there. Like, that is a lot of blood. None of my dwarves even had to go to the hospital. Damn. Well, I mean, the actual reward that someone could give Nada Cookies is a sub, but that's out of my budget for today. No. I would give cookies, but I literally don't have any cookies. So, let's set that gem on display here. Just need to bring the value up by a little bit more. The reward of the friends we made along the way, or the rock that we killed in the process. My military returns once again. The Crimson Pulley attacked the Deep Witch of the Hate of Praises at Maligned Trails. The Dwarf Eusteth, Merchant Skunk, led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Despagus Nightmare Scarlet. The Dwarf Eusteth's tactical planning was superior to the Goblin. The attackers had a strong positional advantage. The human Wen's lower left leg was smashed by the dwarf Edom. The human Scimitar was struck down by the dwarf Erush. I'm worried because we didn't get any loot from this fight. A lot of rock meat, yeah. We're gonna have to meet all of the rocks. But the water wasn't enough in the kettle. I've done that before. It's like, oh man, I needed to boil more water. Goblin was struck down. Oh, interesting. The Dwarf Toasted Bulb Theater was struck down by the Dwarf Iden. There's dwarves here. We rocked you indeed, yes. Nagoso Hated Lures, upper body was smashed. The Goblin Next-Ring Doom's Shimmers was struck down by the Dwarf Logum. Expurgus Nightmare Scarlet, their commander, get fucked, was struck down by the Dwarf Einod. Hell yeah, we got their commander. Ibsu Menace Gullies was struck down by the Dwarf Zutton. The Goblin's Sassot Lobster Fiend was struck down. I think that Lobster Fiend must have been a big fan of Elden Ring. Ago Rock Stolen. That's a name. Was struck down by Moldath. Hell yeah. Oh no. Einod Shield Fortresses was struck down by the Goblin Dang. Dang. We get Dang? Apparently an elf was struck down. Why are there elves in a goblin pit? The hell? It's a weird spot. Moldath was struck down. God damn it. By the human Milo. Man. What fights? Yeah, seems like it. Children are playing make-believe in a temple. Yep, that checks out. Most people do in temples. Tend to be very diverse. Yeah, but you don't always see that. Don't always. You do often see that, but you don't always see that. Can I get some Fs in chat for the dwarfs? They should have stayed home and killed the rock instead. All right, so that does it. So we can recognize priesthood. So the sacred finger of the Umber Communion is... we can make it Darren. Yeah, it looks like Darren's the only named dwarf. Glad we can make it the chief medical dwarf. Kind of fit. Darren, do you want to be the sacred finger? It's up to you. Better I can give it to somebody else. Yep, all right. Darren is now the sacred finger of the Umber Communion. Citizens and long-term residents only are welcome. Actually, no, fuck it. All visitors are welcome. How we start to get some weird visitors. Man, one of my commanders was killed. Hey, Squawk's been a minute. How's things? You're a floating moth, not a falling moth? Because this is a falling moth. Ugh. God damn it. Yawning. Fuck. what you been up to, Squug? How's things been, man? The Umber Communion should be satisfied now. Hasn't given me the notification of that yet, but... I'm breathing. I understand that vibe, dude. Can relate. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about a lot of the religious figures' names. It's like the Sacred Finger. It's like, how exactly do I feel about a character named the Sacred Finger? Weird is the answer. Do you have religious titles? Yes, they're question marks sometimes. What, the Sacred Finger? I was watching Ponce play Elden Ring last night, and was quite excited to find out that that game has Olm people in it. It's giant fucking worm creatures with spindly arms. Like, hey, it's exactly how I imagined Olm peoples. Neat. You know what? I haven't figured it out yet. That's not funny. I'm very funny. I pretend that I'm funny sometimes. Still just waiting on my dwarves to finish putting shit away. It's gonna take a while still. I thought that I gave you fucking wheelbarrow. I guess I just need to make more wheelbarrows then. You die of old age while talking to you. That's the game for you. It's not the game for me because I don't ever want to have to play another game with a Souls camera. So, nah, it's not a game for me. As interesting as a lot of the things in Elden Ring and Dark Souls games are, I'm good. Can spend the rest of my life not playing those games. I can get obliteratingly hard games with interesting worlds from roguelikes. I don't need to play games that are just difficult to play for the sake of being difficult to play. It's just not my particular brand of self-harm that I enjoy. Right, everybody's hauling boulders because apparently I don't have any wheelbarrows. Apparently. Why? Because you died of old age, or because you're a were creature trapped underground, or because you don't believe in the finger? The fuck is going on? Could not find... You know what? Stop auto-tanning for a sec. Also, holy fucking frame rate increase. My frame rate was getting a little jaggedy and I just disable auto tan. They're trying to like tan a hide or something that they have no access to. It's like quintupled my frame rate in seconds. Maybe not quintupled, but it definitely doubled it. Well, I mean, I'm trying to like think of like a priest pun and I can't do it. You know, you're probably not wrong. I also have no idea how the heck you would do that. The thing that I'll say about Elden Ring, though, is I'm just happy that people get to play that game and enjoy it. Really nice to see games come out that don't just look like another Ubisoft game, you know what I'm saying? You appreciate the fact that I don't waste my time with unplayable games. You're telling the guy who's playing Dwarf Fortress that. Realize, like, the irony of what you just said. Like, based on public perception. Elden Ring, Dwarf Fortress. Which one's harder? Based on public perception. I'd be willing to bet that the average Joe gamer would probably tell you Dwarf Fortress is harder. Elden Ring is hard, but fair. Whereas Dwarf Fortress is impossible. Not even close. Dwarf Fortress is easy baby mode game. For people who can read. Easy game. Easy life. Whereas Elden Ring is just hand-eye coordination, which is a skill that I do not have due to disabilities, so... You know, man, Steam just tried to sell me For Honor. Fuck, I forgot that that game existed. Speaking of forgetting games existed, you know, there was a bit there where I was considering streaming some Storybook Brawl, and then yesterday I heard what happened to that game, and I was like, you know, I'm happy I didn't. Did you guys hear what happened to Storybook Brawl? No, they're just promoting the game For Honor to me. TLDR, Storybook Brawl, like, developer, got bought by an NFT/cryptocurrency exchange. Storybook Brawl is a card game auto battler. So it's just an auto battler, but it's themed like a card game. It's kind of cute looking. You have cards and you play against other players online and they auto battle. It looked like kind of a fun like evening, and like I was like kind of actually like considering playing it. And then the studio that made it got bought by a like I said, a cryptocurrency exchange, and now the reviews look like this because they're just like, yeah, we're gonna add NFTs to this, or blockchain to this. It's been a while since I've seen an overwhelmingly negative review score on a game. It's been a while, but you know, here we are. It's just kind of sad. Just kind of genuinely sort of very sad. Okay, why am I getting all these? You know? Oh, fuck is that Tanahide job that they keep canceling? Stop. Holy goddamn dwarves. Valve didn't reverse that review bomb? Well, it's not a review bomb. There's no what's it called? There's no foul play. There's a bunch of dead vultures up here. Review bombs are flat foul play, right? A studio being bought and a community not liking the acquisition isn't a review bomb. There's a difference between a review bomb and a review score shifting. That's a review score changing, not a review bomb. You know what's really funny is, like, there's about 500,000 people that actively take part in NFT marketplaces. That's about the number of people that are actively trading and purchasing NFTs, right? So if you make your game a blockchain game, your current audience is a cap of about 500,000 people, which is not nothing, but, like, could be significantly bigger. And there's a ghost. Who is it? Kamish. Ghostly. Okay, we need to definitely memorialize that person. But no, it's not a lot at all. So the reality of a lot of these, like, crypto exchanges now is, if they want, they're ghosts. There is, but they're already memorialized, so I just need to bury them. But the reality is, a lot of these crypto exchanges are like, well, they need more people to take part in the marketplace. I'll read that in a second, Stone. They need more people to take part in that marketplace in order for the value to keep rising and for it to continue to be a thing that people can spend money on and will spend money on. And it's just kind of amazing to me looking at it from a distance, because it's just like, they are literally just trying to force people, whether they like it or not, to join into that ecosystem, and just nobody gives a shit. Like, to give you an idea, I go to concerts pretty frequently, right? Less frequently these days, but, like, I go to concerts. That's what I do. I love going to concerts. I've been to 2 concerts this year, and to 4 last year, and, like, I used to go to, like, 3 a month previously. A lot of indie bands, right? Ticketmaster, if you buy a ticket for a concert, they give you a free fucking NFT with it, which you can claim if you want. Does this fort have a goal? I want to build 3 towers. A tower here, a tower here, and a tower here. I haven't completed that goal. Currently, we are working on a large defensive structure where, basic TLDR, I cave this whole Z level in on this walkway while enemies are walking in. It's very impractical and kind of silly, and I'm looking forward to it. It should be a lot of fun. That's the goal of this fortress. Basically. But all of the fortresses in this world, the goal of them is to expand the faction out of their, like, mountain-locked zone. But I'm going to go read some words over on the Discord word story, so if you give me a second here. The complex simplicity of nuance isn't me! Looped kitten's fur is twisted. Help, my cat isn't celestial emperor eternally. Whoa, that wasn't smelly or cool. There you go. All caught up. If you want to make me read more weird words, go to the Add a Word story room. Add words. Niche interests are always loud? Yeah, just like Dwarf Fortress players. But, you know. So yeah, that's just kind of like the crappy reality. So now, like, whenever there's a studio that really wants to get out of game development, what they're doing is they just sell to a crypto exchange because they've got stupid fuck you money, and the wider audience just doesn't want anything to do with them. So it's like the worst method of selling out now is just, like, get bought by a crypto exchange. when the devs were bought by Epic? I don't remember that. I think if it's a coordinated, if the thing is that the difference between a review bomb and a community giving a game a negative review is pretty, like, it's a pretty fine line, but it's the difference between, is there a coordinated effort from the outside to leave negative reviews on a thing? If yes, that's a review bomb. If everybody who plays a game all independently at the same time decides to change their review to negative, that's not a review bomb, right? And so like in the case of Epic, when Epic bought Rocket League, or rather when they bought the developer of Rocket League as alongside of Rocket League, and it was getting removed from Steam, I remember seeing Reddit threads saying, go review bomb this. So I think it depends on whether or not it's a coordinated effort saying, go leave this game a bad review or not. And I don't think that's happening with this game. This is just like everybody who plays that game just kind of simultaneously going, oh, I don't want to play this anymore. Also, like, the difference is people kept playing Rocket League after leaving it the negative review. People have stopped playing Storybook Brawl. Yeah, they've lost like 30% of their player base in the last month. Not a huge dip since the actual announcement, though, which is interesting. Yeah, they went from about 1,100 players peak to about 800 players peak. I think, yeah, it's, I mean, I'm not sure how Valve decides anything that Valve does, but I don't personally think that this is a review bomb. This is, like, if there's a nuanced difference between review bomb and not a review bomb, this is not a review bomb. Simply a community turning on a game. Gonna need to go get lunch pretty soon. Dwarf. Tummy's starting to grumble. Also kind of curious about the temple down here and how many people are hanging out in it. Kind of not many. It's this child, this human criminal, and the outpost liaison. A quiet temple. Wonder what Baron, the broker / holy man, thinks of it. I feel like I need to give Darren less gigs so that he can actually go do his job as being a holy person, or of being a holy person. How old is this fort? I don't know. Like, I don't even remember what year I started this fort. It doesn't really matter with the non-long death forts. Maybe like 5 years tops. I only really pay attention to year and long death. And this ain't long death, so. All right, chat. We're kind of lurky. I'm going to go, uh-oh, Monster Slayer's visiting. I'm going to go get me some lunch. Because I'm hungry. We've been streaming for 6 hours, which means we're about halfway through the stream, a little under halfway through. Hopefully the numbers pick up. Today's been really quiet. So if you like the stream and you want to help the stream out, no cost to you, jump over to your channel and give us a host, or share the channel on social media. My lunch breaks are typically like 5 to 10 minutes, so I won't be gone too long. And I will give you guys something to listen to while I'm gone. When we get back, we'll continue this for it. If I could get a big round of beers for everybody who's lurking, that'd be fantastic. And like I said, I will be about 5 or 10 minutes, give or take a minute. And if you want to, hear my voice more, here's a link to my podcast. If you want to support the stuff I do here directly, here's a link to the Patreon. And VODs can be found here, as well as other things. Back in a couple. And of course, anything you guys can do to keep the chat active while I'm gone would be helpful. Using sound commands if you happen to have access to those would also be cool. Back in a bit.